Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. Cause that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
YouTube is swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing tonight? Hello. Not Smirt.
Thank
you.
Is out, so ill celebrate the win.
Thank you very much for the $25 dono to kick off the stream. But I do have to say, Quinn Decker, thank you for being the first person to throw some dollar dues my way this stream. Very much appreciated as well, Quinn Decker, and very much appreciated, Not Smirt. Also, hello. I'm glad you guys like the fit. Doing my best. What is this link you sent?
6 years ago, I made the Labour Party politically and morally bankrupt. Becoming a party that stood proudly with genocide. I love austerity. I love lies about anti-Semitism. I love wealth and opportunity for the privileged few. Austerity delivered by a Labour government. Power for power's sake. That's what I came into politics.
Hell yeah.
My party is finished. We changed our party, ripping out the poison of dignity and respect. Britain. Look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. We've taken the lives of an appalling number of people. Killing is my pride and my joy. Look at our reputation in the world.
Genuinely deeply funny. All right. So, folks, in about 6 minutes, we are going to be having the leftist challenger to Amy Klobuchar for governor here in Minnesota. I'm really, really excited. But to that end, this is going to be the last one.
Stammer.
You know what? Sake Tanuki just coming in right with like a great zinger. We are going to have to turn off alerts, though, sadly, for the interview here. We are Charlie Kirk. I missed the last goof. I missed the last goof. So yes, we're going to be talking with Kobe Lane, everybody. I'm very, very excited. Many of you remember her from the speech that she gave. We covered kind of the political situation going down here in Minnesota, especially around the DFL convention. And a major component of that is, of course, the fact that she was able to speak at all, which is very, very cool. I will also tell you guys, I am tracking your donos for our dono tracker, so don't you guys worry. You guys are making progress here, okay? It was a really, really good speech. And I've come up with a bunch of questions for her, and we're gonna talk about all that jazz. Very, very excited here. Wondering, do I have all the things? Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. And Snuggle Kitten, glad I'm glad you're finally getting around to the amazing digital circus. Hello, everybody. I'm just trying to make sure I've got everything ready on my end for the interview. And I believe that we do. So, we are going to exit out of a bunch of tabs. We are Charlie Kirk. All right. Sure, why not? Just gonna throw that over here. That works. All right. Whew. Hello, everybody. I'm really, really excited. We're going to be talking policy. We're going to be talking history. For those of you who don't know who Kobe Lane is, by the end of this initial segment, you all will. I'm very, very excited to have her on and talk with her about her candidacy. So y'all, you got to behave yourselves, and also don't get upset if there's no alerts. All right, just as an FYI. In about a minute or two here, I'm gonna go dark and check and make sure she's got everything ready to go on her end, and then we will have stuff to do. Do we have links to share for her campaign? You can share the link for her campaign website. My role here is to ask questions and get good answers. That is my role. Thank you. Do. There you go. There's the link to her website. All right. Boo. Let's do this thing. Be right back, everybody. There will be no sound. I apologize to you guys so much. But BRB. Hello. Welcome, Kobe Lane. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Um, and thank you for joining us. We're gonna have I'm sure it's gonna be a great conversation, and we're going to be able to talk about a wide variety of different topics. I'm personally excited as like somebody who has grown up and lived in Minnesota to talk to a candidate, because so often on this show I'm talking to people who are representing, East Coast, West Coast, but we're going to get into the land of 10,000 lakes, and I'm really, really excited. So thank you for being here. Um, and yeah, can you just to begin with, you're running for governor of Minnesota. Um, how did you come to like be in this race?
Yeah, so a little bit about my story is, we have to kind of jump back to January when Walz announced that he is not going to be seeking a third term. And I was hoping that we would have, Senator Murphy, who ran for the governor's race in 2018, or like Senator May Quaid, one of our more progressive senators in the race. And when the clock just kind of kept stalling, and then it just sounded like Amy Klobuchar was going to be the only one in this race, I knew that we needed a progressive challenger, and I thought that it was within my power to run this race. Our Constitution says that the only qualifications are that you're at least 25 years of age, a bona fide resident for a year, and that you're a U.S. citizen. So it really was getting into this and making sure that progressive values were represented, and making sure that like people have a real choice in this. I really think that we cannot go through what Minnesota has gone through and think that a coronation of a corporate Democrat is okay.
Yeah, and part of the reason I was excited to talk with you is because you really became the only major leftist, progressive candidate in the race when you threw your hat in the ring. And it was really impressive to see your performance at the DFL convention, because I know Amy Klobuchar was going in with the idea that she was basically uncontested, had no one really to worry about, had it all locked up. And really, some of the reporting that's come out since then has been that she viewed it as a coronation. And there's actually a quite a funny image, I think, posted by the Minnesota Reformer of her just staring daggers at you.
Just scowling.
Yeah, as you gave your speech at the DFL convention, and she did eventually win with 68% of the vote, but you gave it a good shot. You got over a quarter of the delegates assembled, which is no small feat. And can you tell us kind of like how did your campaign organize and gain that kind of delegate support? Because that takes some doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it is going through the party process. So people go out. February 3rd was our caucus night, which is kind of the first step in the process. And from those caucuses, they elect people to go on to the local organizing unit, which gets to a smaller pool of people. And from that convention, they go on to the congressional district convention and the state convention as well. So it really dwindles down from essentially the mass of Democratic voters down to about 1,200 delegates. And that's not even including the alternates that are in this process. And so it was, assembling a team. I would be the first to say I could never have done this alone. My team they nourish my body, they nourish my soul to get through this entire process, because it's not easy. It's not easy to be new to politics and run a statewide race for the first time running for office. So, in lieu of that, so it was showing up to all the conventions, these local organizing ones, like different county conventions, different Senate district conventions. And I will say, we were the only, my lieutenant governor, Paul Ferentz, also attended these conventions as well. And the primary challenger, Amy Klobuchar, showed up to, I think, only one that I attended. And otherwise, she submitted a video. In other words, it felt like she wasn't even trying. It felt like she was under the assumption that she is just the presumptive Democratic nominee. So we put in the work. We drove to all the conventions, particularly around the Twin Cities and the wider metro. I think the farthest one that we went to was Congressional District 1 down in Stewartville, Minnesota, which is maybe, if I had to guess, maybe 30, 40 miles away from the Iowa border. So it's really just giving our pitch for the vision that we have for Minnesota. It's describing what the things that we want to do and seeing if that resonates with people. And I think that enough people were frustrated with Amy Klobuchar not even trying, that I think they wanted to make sure that people had options at the state convention. Yeah, and even at the state convention, I'm not sure if you're going to ask about the state convention, but
I am.
yeah, I'll
But-
save it for that then, because that's like a whole saga in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I'm happy to talk about it now. We can be a little bit flexible. Like, where like, it kind of feels like, just from what I've read of the reporting and the people who were there were like definitive camps assembled. And I know you got the support of, I'm going to get the name of it wrong, the group that is led by Representative Leigh Fink.
Oh, is it Stonewall DFL?
Yes,
Their
Stonewall
endorsement?
DFL. Yes. So, like, is that kind of the where your base of support came from, or talk more about that?
I think it started there, but I think that there's a lot of people, having been through Operation Metro Surge, people who are genuinely wanting change, who are seeing what the Trump administration is doing and knowing that if we don't make substantive change now, like, I really do believe that our communities are organized now, angry. Like, we don't have to do this work in another election because we're all centered around a common cause. So, repeat the question again.
Well, like, where kind of did this base of support come from? Because, like, there for people who don't know, there are like 1,200 delegates at the DFL convention who all come together to vote on endorsements, and you getting 25% of them is like, that's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that the camp that particularly resonated with this campaign was the leftist camp, who wants to see things like universal health care, wants to see something about fighting private equity in our lives, fighting, the capitalist class in our lives. And I think that's where it started. I think this speech really did have a large part in inspiring people. And I also I took a lot of information in from a lot of different things that I heard from people about things that they want to see included and change. My campaign manager, Grace Gerhard, really inspired me a lot in that particular speech writing. And that speech alone it was difficult to write. I knew I had 15 minutes, and knowing that people are going to want to applaud, and all of the topics people are going to will have wanted to hear about, let alone trying to build narrative into it. Like, it truly was, it took about a month to write and revise. And going into the convention, something that's kind of interesting to note about this process is in typical years, it's just 5% of delegates across all the congressional districts, basically across the state, to get a nomination. This year was different. And I can't comment on the specific actors who proposed this rule, but they had it so that 10% from each congressional district, which it's easy to get enough people when you're, from the Twin Cities and congressional district, like 4 or 5, even maybe 6. But, ones like congressional district, I think it's 1 or 2 over in western Minnesota, northern Minnesota, congressional district 8. Those were going to be the more difficult congressional districts to lock down. And there was a point where we didn't even know, or it was congressional district 7. That's western Minnesota, like Moorhead, basically from top to bottom of the state, but western chunk. From the way that the day happened, it sounded like Amy Klobuchar was going to have us shut out via Congressional District 7. Even if we would have had it in all of the other 7 districts, I think we weren't going to make it. And I don't know, we'll call them defectors from the Klobuchar camp, but there were enough people that were like, we at least deserve to hear this girl speak. And so I remember the exact moment. It was like, we're gonna just, seek to serve and thus be faithful. And I didn't know if we were gonna get the nomination or not. I had emotionally prepared myself for them to say I didn't get the nomination. They had kept my lieutenant governor Paul out. He was one of the other people that were nominated, but didn't get to speak for the nomination. And so I thought if they could keep Paul out, they probably were gonna keep me out too. And then I heard, and Kobe Lane has been placed into nomination, and it was like one of those moments where those words rattle in your brain in the most slow motion. And I remember jumping into my best friend's arms. I couldn't believe that we had gotten a nomination, given all of this high bar that they had put on it to keep other candidates out. It truly was a remarkable day, and I couldn't have done it without my leftist allies, without my LGBTQ allies. I think that a lot of the people that resonated with the message were people who felt excluded from what Amy Klobuchar was proposing. During my speech, I really meant it when I said white candidates ask indigenous communities for their support, yet we don't talk about treaty rights, LGBTQ community, and we leave trans kids behind. Like, a lot of our elected leaders cherry pick their coalition just for the sake of winning. And I think that's so wrong. It is all of us or it's none of us. I'd rather lose the primary, bringing everyone into the governor's office with me, than to step on different communities just to get the win.
Yeah, that was one of the messages of that speech that I think resonated. And it resonated really hard. I had multiple people in the aftermath coming to me saying, Jack, you got to track down this speech. Like you have to see it. It was the best I've ever seen. I had multiple people tell me that. And that's not me trying to inflate your ego or anything. That's just a fact. People came to me and told me it was a must see.
Thank
So,
you.
and having seen it now, it is one of the best speeches I've seen in contemporary politics. And I think a lot of people would do well, especially in the Midwest, where people can kind of get used to the established names in politics. I think I think that speech and your candidacy is coming at like a very pivotal time in what people are willing to put up with, because people are really angry. You mentioned Operation Metro Surge, and I have a few questions that I want to get back around to, but just talking about ICE and the different responses to it. One of the things I noticed about your campaign website is that you talk about how Minnesota should have a protocol for getting resources into the hands of destabilized communities across the state. And I think that destabilization was something that we saw just exacerbated by Operation Metro Surge in a lot of different marginalized communities, especially. And so I was just wondering, can you elaborate more on what that means? Like, what would it mean to have a protocol for getting resources into the hands of destabilized communities? Like, what does that look like in practice?
Yeah, I'm not sold on any one way that it would be set up, but I think about, the role of our government is to serve the people, especially in moments of crisis. Like, that is one of the structural entities that can really make or break, a community in crisis. So if I had to imagine a scenario off the top of my head, it would be like identifying key partners in the community, like having entities that are, registered or vetted as, financially safe. Like, they're not going to pocket the money like in the Feeding Our Futures case of sorts, because, I think that's being good stewards of our financial resources is always a good idea.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see this become an attack on the administrative state. And so it's making sure that how can we have the best of both worlds? Can we come to some compromise on a protocol so that the state isn't dragging their feet when people really.
Are we back? Is vertical chat? I know I'm muted, guys. Stop it. Is vertical chat horizontal, or did that get mixed up? Running 2 streams at once. Let's see here. Sorry about this. Okay, I think we're good. I think the streams are all where they should be. Okay, cool. So sorry about that. All right. Are you ready to begin again?
Yes.
All right. Going to minimize this. There we go. All right. So when we're talking about ICE and Operation Metro Surge, and people in Minnesota, we hear the term government accountability. A lot of us go to where what you have talked about in your public appearances and speeches, which is prosecuting ICE officers. And when I go and look at Senator Klobuchar's campaign website, what I see instead are commitments to modernizing infrastructure, commitments for the bureaucracy and streamlining bureaucracy and all that. And I don't see this commitment to actually setting things right in the way that I think a lot of people who are deeply, deeply angry across Minnesota really feel like we need to see in order for things to be set right. And I guess I wanted to ask you, as a candidate, what is your perspective? Like, why don't people in power, why don't they talk about this as if there's urgency, as if there's a crisis that needs to be addressed? And why do you think Amy Klobuchar can't say abolish ICE?
I think that if if I had to put myself in Amy Klobuchar's shoes, it appears as though she is trying to vie for that middle ground, for the moderate, for the independent votes. It is my opinion that she is taking for granted the Democratic community because they know they're not going to vote for Republicans, so she can scoot a little bit closer to an independent or, Republican position. I think that she has an uphill battle to help distinguish herself from Governor Walz in some capacities. There's a lot of people who are concerned about her being a legacy candidate. So I think that she's trying to pick up as many votes from the middle without alienating her from people who see her as perhaps a Walz 2.0. I also just think that I think she's just on the side of the state. It's hard to say why she won't take a firm stance and say abolish ICE. I think that I would like to see her more even talk about holding these officers accountable more consistently. It sounds like, for example, in one of the speeches that I listened to her, she co-opted the Minnesota movement and what we did for our neighbors and said that she wants to bring that energy into the governor's office. But the people who organized in that way are saying abolish ICE. So I don't know where the mismatch is happening for Miss Amy K, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, because it is one of those things where, from my perspective, as somebody who talks a lot about politics, I see you going out there and saying with your whole chest, abolish ICE. We are going to make sure that the people who broke the law and came here with their masks and guns are held accountable in our justice system, which seems like that should be a no-brainer. And yet a lot of politicians seem to get really skittish when it comes to actually putting their money where their mouth is, as it were. And I wanted to ask, there's a recent story in the news about how DHS has proposed using the Prairie Correctional Facility in Appleton to house ICE detainees. And that facility in particular is owned by Core Civic, which also owns the Dilley concentration camp, or rather, the facility that has been called a concentration camp by the Texas Tribune. It's also that's where Liam Ramos was sent. So a lot of people in Minnesota, whether they know it or not, are familiar with Core Civic's work. How would you handle private ICE detention centers within the state?
Well, one of the things that we can do is to make those operable. We can make sure that they are meeting every standard possible and making sure that those standards are hit when we think about hygiene, sanitation, environmental, keeping up with all of that. That's something that the governor could do. I would like to see the legislature provide more tools to the governor to act on that, especially as we think about like the relationship between the federal government and the state government. I definitely would be someone who is going to leverage every resource available to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it is. In a similar vein, it is perplexing to me that in 2026 we still have these private prison systems within our country, um, just generally. And is there I guess this kind of connects to my next question, which is you've supported an eviction moratorium during the ICE occupation. And that gained quite a bit of steam in Minnesota politics, specifically in the Minneapolis Twin Cities area. And that was ultimately not acted on by Tim Walz. And also, even after passing rental assistance, Mayor Fry did not extend the grace period before an eviction. Um, what is your sense of why both of those initiatives ultimately failed, and what would we need for efforts like that to succeed going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's partially a paradigm of who deserves help. When we think about property owners are one of the only class of people who can never lose any inch on their investment, even if it means helping people avoid homelessness. We're not necessarily talking about the point is to keep people in their homes, and especially when there are active immigration enforcement officers out, when we have people trying to sweep up encampments, like it is just the personification of criminalizing homelessness that it I yeah, this is a I think what it would take to get more of this is just also bold leadership. I think that a lot of elected leaders are worried about the next election. They're worried about posturing. I think that our elected leaders need to do their job right the first time, act with integrity. And then if that gets someone another election, so be it. But to compromise our communities and the most vulnerable people at that, I think is just fundamentally wrong, and I think that it just has to do with some of our elected officials' values.
And when you talk about our elected officials' values, does that kind of play into what you have frequently talked about in both your DFL speech, but also in other public appearances? You've talked about um, taking back what was stolen from the working class, and that the youth have been told to hope for a train that just won't come. Is that it feels like those two ideas are related to this inability to extend grace towards people who are in the working class and struggling.
Yes, absolutely. Like, I think about how, our grandparents were told that their children are going to live a better life than they did, and that their children would live a better life than they did. And millennials, let alone Gen Z, but millennials have gotten the short end of the stick. Like a lot of them were coming of age slash graduating college during a 2008, financial crisis, and many of them really struggled. And so we keep asking for material help. We keep asking for our elected leaders to push the needle on helping to serve people, not just institutions like businesses. That as a young person in this state, like thinking back, and this is just my own personal story, but I was sold this vision that if you work hard, if you do everything quote unquote right, the system will reward you. And I did post secondary education in high school. I had my first 2 years done by the time I graduated high school. I got my bachelor's in the next 2 years. I went to get my master's in the 2 years after that. And then I was working at the Senate. And then when I got laid off, I was looking for work, and it felt like every door was slammed in my face, that I was sold this vision of work hard. And it finally really clicked for me that no, the system doesn't actually reward hard work. The system rewards who can build more money and value for companies. So someone who is looking to go into public service, there is ample opportunities. But in my particular case, because I had worked for a party 1 year, that's all it took. And I was precluded from just about every single job in any remotely nonpartisan office that would have used my master's degree and my experience. So that was one area where I feel like I shot myself in the foot, but those are my personal lessons learned. Yeah, and I also I appreciate that you appreciate that line, "A train that just won't come." That one comes from one of my favorite songs by Dermot Kennedy, where he uses that phrase, like, "waiting on a train that just won't come," and that one just always hit my soul. So I wanted to be able to echo that, because I think that that's a really relatable sentiment for a lot of people, that we're told, like, "Keep working hard, this is like, the change
Oh
is
yeah.
coming," but it just every 2 years, 4 years comes along. And, a lot of us young people have grown up in the age of information. It's hard to lie to us because we have a wealth of information about what has policy change look like going back to the 80s, and we can see that we just keep doing this song and dance over and over and over. And so at some level, it's like, all right, we have to be the ones to make this change ourselves. Like I'm someone who, I don't ask people to do things that I'm not willing to do. And so instead of being someone in January and hoping that someone else would run, I was like, you know what? It is absolutely within my power to run for this office, win or lose. And honestly, we've gotten much farther than we thought we were going to get. But we have built up, people have been resonating with this message that it's about being the change ultimately. Like back in January, I was kind of someone who was like, I'm not afraid of being a fool for running for the governor's office at 26, but I am afraid of my neighbors being stolen. I am afraid of people losing health care, whether that's me or someone else. Like the personal shame of, even if this was the most disastrous campaign, is dwarfed by the idea of real material harm to our communities. And all it takes is someone to run for that office.
Yeah, I did want to ask you a little bit about your background kind of coming into this race. Like where do you come from? Like where does Kobe Lane, like where is where you grew up? Like what is your story? And like you mentioned working in politics. I know you worked for state representative Adler, if I'm yeah, Jim
Abler.
Abler,
Yeah.
who I think, if anyone outside of Minnesota knows who he is, he's mostly famous for being the guy to accidentally help THC products onto shelves.
I worked for him that year. I remember when that happened, it was like, "Oh, did I really say that in committee?" Yeah, I went through like the Senate YouTube to find that particular clip, and I was like, "You did say that."
Yeah, that's mostly what people know him for. But what what has kind of been your political personal journey into being the kind of person who would run for governor.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess we'll take it back to kind of high school because that's where I feel like you start to kind of piece together some of your political ideology. Um, so for the record, in 2016, I was only 16 years old. I was busy in high school doing PSEO, and I knew politics were something that were important to engage in and be educated on. But I was just mostly focused on keeping my nose to the books, working hard for, the things that I was working forward to. Um, Although there were things, you keep in the loop on stuff. But the real thing that did it for me was prior to the summer of 2017, I wanted to be a mycologist, actually. Like, I had my life mapped out. I wanted to go to the U of M for my bachelor's in biology, then my master's in plant science. I was going to go to Berkeley to get my PhD in mycology. And then the summer of 17 and the business and farmers market where I worked at, the city was going to have a water maintenance construction project being done for capital improvements. But there's like one frontage road to the business, to a couple of businesses that are on that parking lot. And it effectively would have killed the business for the summer. And that is like our time to make money during the summer. Because anybody who knows tourist towns knows that like it's the summer that gets people through the winter. So if you cut off the summer, that business is most likely dead by winter.
Yep.
So we started a petition and we were successful at getting an injunction on the city, and we ended up having them wait until I think it was like September or October to work on this project. And that was one of those things that really just like set my soul on fire. Like, I'm someone who I like working with people, I like engaging with people. And so it was kind of getting to do this community action on something that materially affected me, my employment, just an amenity in the city, or like in the city of Walker. Like that farmers market is also one of the most successful private farmers markets in the state. And so I decided I wanted to go to Hamline University for public service was the actual major, until they cut the major right as I was going into college. So I felt just a little bit catfished. But it ended up just being a track under political science, so it all worked out in the end. I minored in economics and nonprofit management because it was really one of my interests is how can we get the public, the private, and nonprofit sectors to work together in concert, because no one sector does anything best. It's kind of like leveraging and having this really great culmination of all these sectors working together. Then I did a program the summer between my junior and senior year, which was I was probably about 19 at the time. It's called PPIA. It stands for Public Policy and International Affairs Junior Summer Institute, but it basically prepares a lot of students from minority backgrounds. Then I was a gay man. To go on to pursue careers in public service, education and careers in public service. And so that really gave me like a taste of what it's going to look like to study public policy from a more disciplined approach. Like, undergrad felt like I learned a lot about things, but I feel like I didn't really learn to do a lot of things in terms of skills. So when I went to grad school from September of 2020 to May of 2022, I feel like I got a lot of those skills, and I wanted to put them to use. Basically, in that last semester, I got a job at the Senate because I also needed to make an income to pay my bills, especially because my student loans that money was going to run out. And so I applied to work at the Senate, and they put me with Senator Abler, which, for those of you who don't know, is a pretty purple Republican. He is one of the only Republican senators that stood up against a lot of the Somali hate that was coming out of the White House. He's someone who has historically stood up for disability services, disability rights. He stands up for unions. And not that I'm trying to rationalize working for a Republican, but that was kind of my experience. And it was kind of like, when we were going through a nurse home and group home closure crisis where like literally the industry was in free fall in Minnesota, and that was one of the main tasks that we ended up coming up with a bill to help basically pay to keep these services open, because otherwise we would have had a lot of disabled people, a lot of seniors just up and without homes. So it's kind of like one of those things where I saw that these like fiscally conservative solutions that I was told were like good to have, which balancing a budget still important, but it's about building a budget around our priorities and making sure that people are taken care of. Um, it also was partially part of my transition away from the Republican Party was like just hearing about some of the rhetoric that the Republicans would use, not only on the floor but like in the halls of the Senate. Um, some of it was just it would make you cringe. Like there was one senator who said his philosophy on the wolf population was shoot, shovel, shut up. And it's just like, so the rule of law doesn't apply to you, but it applies to all your political adversaries.
Is that the same same state level representative who goes on weird tangents about eating beaver?
Mm,
It sounds like
I don't
him.
I don't know about that one, but this one was forced to resign a number of years ago for something particularly heinous.
Okay, probably not the same one then, because there's a guy currently in the Minnesota legislature who's made it like his pet issue to get like beaver to be like a more acceptable meat. It's a very strange pet issue, but you know, I find it very funny whenever it pops up.
We all have a niche hot boxes here.
um so what kind of catalyzed your shift? Like you were working for a Republican, and then suddenly you made it through maybe a year, maybe less than a year, and then you flipped. And like, to be honest, like I know that there are a lot of people who are wondering kind of what that change was, and whether like you are genuine where you're coming from. Because a lot of people, especially right now under Trump too, they're particularly jaded, with people like John Fetterman having been a recent kind of memorable instance of someone kind of turning. So what exactly catalyzed your shift, and how do you want people to contextualize that?
Yes. So, and it's hard to explain it like the way to understand my story is not like your chapters of a book. Imagine my story as learning a lot about things, and it's almost like learning has been woven through each story, and I've slowly been getting to this point where I'm like, Republicans are definitely not the answer. Like, for example, like after January 6th, that was my personal, like at the federal level, I was like, this is absolutely not okay. Like I even like posted about it. I was, my thing was, you don't even have to be happy about like a Biden Harris administration, but you still have to respect that the people had spoken, and trying to go through this misinformation campaign about, a stolen campaign. It just, and then the January 6th itself, like for people to literally have broken into the Capitol, like an attack on our democracy. It wasn't even people who were particularly complaining about it. They literally came in with the intention of harming our elected officials. It was a coup by any other name. And for me, I'm also someone who has generally never been, as I was thinking about where would I want to go with my public service career, I've only ever really been interested in keeping my eyes on state politics. Like, I was someone who's like, I don't want to necessarily imagine I was running for US Congress or something. Like, I'm not necessarily someone who wants to come up with solutions, because like I don't know what people in Utah or California or Maine like. And yes, you represent Minnesota's interests, but I was like, I can understand my Minnesota community. So my eyes were always kind of set on state politics. So after January 6th, that's kind of where I gave up on federal politics. I was definitely not there. Like 2024, I voted for Harris. Um, I thought that that was a really important thing to have. Um, Sorry, let me get my story. Where was I?
January 6th.
Yeah, January 6th. So that's kind of where I gave up on federal politics. And part of it through it is it was like about learning little things, and it's about sorting through that cognitive dissonance, where sometimes you hear something and you're like, this is something that I can't reconcile in my brain. But when you're in college and you're like literally just trying to focus on your school, and it's like, yes, you're trying to also reevaluate, based on things that you're learning, but it's also just feels like you're just surviving as well. It's hard to take real time to reflect when you're just like go, go, go. Like I went straight from undergrad to grad school, and part of that was, going through COVID and waiting tables in the summer and doing a summer internships. And it just felt like I was so focused on all these things that I've been told I should be doing that I wasn't stopping to ask myself why I'm doing them. And that's where, after my time at the Senate comes in, that's where my gender journey comes in. That's where really the political, fully like the switch flip. That's like, I'm not upholding this anymore. Cause like for me, it really was about asking myself, like who am I? What is the world that I want to build? And especially with my gender transition, like I remember even telling my friend, probably this would have been maybe February, maybe March of 2023. I remember like dabbling in the idea of like, what if I use she, her pronouns? Wouldn't that be a little cheeky? And eventually, I had one of those moments in, I think it was July of 2023. I was unemployed and I was like, you know what? I have the time to go do a trip. And I went to LA just to kind of do a solo trip and find myself. My first night, a gal named Kia, a black trans woman, she strikes up a conversation with me and she's like, I recognize your feminine energy. At that time, I was kind of like, I called myself like the femme cub. Like I wanted to lean into femininity, but I didn't quite feel like being a woman was accessible just quite yet. And she gave me the best, it's like she gave me permission to be myself. And so for me, then the rest of that trip, I really just leaned into being myself and doing things for what I want. And so, yeah, when I came back, I started hormones, and that's kind of how that journey started. When it comes to like the political transition, it definitely was just reflecting on everything that was currently going on in our country. Like, when you really stop and ask, like, okay, what is the world that I want to build? And I've been listening to people who identified as socialists, leftists, communists, some even anarchists, and you kind of just like, you're just kind of piecing together all the arguments, and then you're like kind of like weaving that into what you were told or the ideology that you were born into. And it's all been kind of like this slow, like with more input, I shed certain things, and you get more ideas and input, and you shed other ideas. And so I was like, yeah, I totally, like, I would love to see worker cooperatives more widespread in this state. Like, I think about how much harder our state works just to give um, single people like access to business ownership. Like if we're gonna give $200,000 in a loan, why shouldn't like everyone should have access to business ownership in that business? We can get 5, 6, 7 people into business ownership instead of one person who now gets to set wage labor rates essentially.
Yeah. So, like, if I could summarize, you began kind of this political transition in 2020. That was kind of like an eye-opening.
I would even say almost like 2018, like when I was an undergrad, because that's where I like learned more about like truly redlining racial covenants. And I remember particularly learning about racial covenants, and I was like, oh my gosh, like we really did that? And of course, I feel silly saying that out loud, but that is the product of our education system. Is it's convenient that the 1950s and onward, for a lot of people are kind of crammed into one. So like you maybe get like a half day on the Vietnam War, and then
Yeah.
you probably didn't even like learn about the Korean War. Um, and
Yeah.
and
And
and so
you also grew up in Walker, Minnesota. Is this also kind of a product, like you talked a little bit about like the worldview you're born into. Were you born into kind of a more conservative worldview, and then like you went to college, and that's when kind of more critical components were introduced to like deconstruct that initial worldview a little bit? Is that kind of
yes, I would say so. Like for me, like for example, like my grandparents Catholic. My grandmother, she when I was in high school, she would be the type of person that's like out at the church doing the 40 days for life.
mm,
Like that's part of like what the family I was raised into. I'd say my parents themselves were probably more in the camp of like libertarian, like, and that's why I feel like the best way I can describe it was like somewhere between like libertarian and like log cabin Republican. Like
okay?
basically, it's like community responsibility. I think about the role of like the church in feeding people. I think about just communities getting together, like how we have like community cancer benefits, so that like if someone needs help for treatment or someone's house burns down, which happened one year,
Hmm.
we raise money. And I hadn't quite reconciled or learned enough about the role of just how much power and the scope that the state and the federal government can take. You just kind of get this echo chamber of, we can't just have runaway spending, and we need to make sure we have tax breaks for businesses because then it trickles on down. Or like the businesses are the be all end all. If we don't take care of businesses first, everybody suffers. But Lord forbid we take care of people. It, pe- yeah.
Yeah, I growing up, I worked multiple years up in like Moose Lake and Barnum up there. And there's a smaller town even than that I actually worked in proper, but that's where most people might have driven through those two in Minnesota. But one of the things that I noticed, because I also have a similar background in growing up in kind of on the evangelical end of the Christian spectrum, and I worked at like an evangelical Bible camp up there, and it's true. Like the community comes together to fundraise anytime there is like a crisis. People come together. I got pied in the face like 100+ times one day raising money for a local girl to get cancer treatment, and that is a core component. And you're right, a lot of it is kind of born out of this idea that like no one's coming from the government to help you. You all got to help yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I don't know if we'll chalk it up to generational trauma. I'm sure that plays a role for a lot of Republicans where it's like nobody came to help me, so I'm never going to help another person. Like part of the biggest thing that I think changed for me was like or what stayed the same was like I still valued community. That is still so important, but I expanded my scope of like if we're really mission focused on helping people like afford their lives, feel protected and feel enabled to live the lives that they want, then utilizing all of the tools available. And this is kind of where my policy analysis degree came in is it's like it's basically the science behind lawmaking where like you first start by taking out all the morals from it and you just say if we do this particular action it has this basket of outcomes, this particular action has another basket of outcomes, so on so forth. And so I learned that most of the times when we're actually doing the mission of helping people, it's making sure that we're not leaving out just how much the state and the federal government can do to help people. Like why are we if we have an array of tools at our disposal, why are we tying a hand behind our back?
Yeah. And it does seem to me that like a lot of what you're saying, like this journey from where you started to hitting college and getting more tools to like critically analyze and your belief system, and then also looking outward at what else is going on, and then you're armed with that policy making skill set, and then you start seeing January 6th happening, and also like having also gone through transition, like it is a process that makes you critically engage with every aspect of yourself. And so it isn't surprising from my end to hear that that caused you to reevaluate at like even more things. Um so when you see people when you are trying to make the case as a progressive champion who is holding Amy Klobuchar's feet to the fire, how do you want people to contextualize your change?
Yeah. I'm someone who part of what I want people to see out of this race is if I didn't run, I know I'm not like I have had what feels like a very tainted past. And I want to be held accountable for this because it's something that I've been holding myself accountable and making sure that that's reflected in my relationships. And I want the people in my life to hold me accountable. There's been an incredible amount of education in the last 6 years that I'm not going to be the perfect, for me, it's that I understand that we all want a Mamdani to be here in Minnesota, and I'm not Mamdani. I'm not going to be I don't appear to have the past of the perfect, candidate that we would like to represent Minnesota's left wing. But as one of the only people who got in this race, I know that I am just about the only person in this race that's willing to talk about race, talk about poverty and material needs of our communities. I also want people to know that I've gotten this far, that just imagine if someone who genuinely had the pedigree, had a more aligned political experience. Think how much farther our socialist policies would be. That people really are ready for change. If someone from the left camp, if Senator Murphy, Senator May Quaid had ran, I think we might actually have, a leftist as the first female governor of Minnesota.
I do want to point out, though, that you have put Amy Klobuchar in a bit of a pickle. There's again reporting that like she was screaming at people threatening to leave the DFL convention over the fact that you entered the ring at all. And as I look at you and her, specifically looking at both your websites, she has two sections on her website, and it's one is government accountability and the other is affordability. And yet when I look at her affordability plan, it is entirely about building more housing and not much else. Like it's pretty bare bones. So when it comes to that, one of the things that really has differentiated you is policy. You have a policy focused campaign. Your speech at the DFL very much focused on policy. What are your top policy ideas to make Minnesota more affordable?
Yeah. I would say the three fights that we're really leading with are affordability, cleaning up our government in terms of a more transparent government. I would love to see us have a dashboard so people who are waiting on their disability waivers services, they can see like where they are in a queue of sorts or how long the backlog is, so that they're not just like in this limbo, of just like, yeah, DHS is working on it, and it's like, okay, well, it's been a week without services. Where are we in the process? And then the last one is just safeguarding our freedoms, and that includes water as well. It's making sure that we also serve all of our communities. So around affordability, I would love to see us have a policy that mirrors like what St. Paul has. For example, the year I moved into my current apartment, it was actually occupied by one of my best friends, and she was moving out when I moved in. It was 750 for her, and they wanted to raise it to 950, a $200 jump. And I wrote to the city, and they actually wrote them a letter, and they had it brought down to 810. That's literally $140 a
Yep.
month. And for someone who's making $20 an hour, God forbid someone's making 12, 13, like some direct support professionals are, like that jump is really, really expensive. And I don't think that it should be exclusive to just St. Paul. I think that's just a good policy. Like moving alone is really expensive, hiring a truck, if you need movers, if you don't have access to people to help you out, like there's so many adjacent costs to housing and moving that I feel like a lot of elected officials kind of leave out, that it's not just, oh, you find the next place. That I
Yeah.
want to see us cap it at 3%. We have an exception so that if, like, for example, like there's a particularly high property tax hike, there's a little wiggle room up to 8%, but it's like no more than 8%. Other policies like around protecting our freedoms, making sure that I'm trying to think of where I want to go next. Let's keep it with affordability.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely housing. Um, for healthcare, I think it's really important that we finish the public buy-in option that they worked on in 2023, because we are going to need some immediate help now, given that Donald Trump's one big bullshit bill is going to kick off thousands of people from their health insurance.
Yeah, can
And
I
so,
can I actually interrupt you to talk about that just a little bit?
yeah, the
Um,
public buy-in option.
yeah, both can you explain to folks watching what that exactly is, and how also I wanted to throw just another grenade in there. How would you fix kind of this rural hospital crisis that Donald Trump has kicked off with this big beautiful bill?
Yes. So, for those of you who are kind of new to this particular issue, part of why rural hospitals are closing is because a lot of people in rural Minnesota are on Medicaid. And so, these rural hospitals, what they have to do is basically take less of a reimbursement state many times than for what the service even costs. And so, a lot of hospitals are running at deficits that they're either pushing on to, folks who perhaps have, a private insurance through their employer on the private marketplace. And so it's just causing a lot of these financial deficits that some literally hospitals are going under. They can't afford to keep their businesses open. And so what the state has done, and I think they just worked on a fix in this particular session, but I believe it's section 230B, or maybe it's 320B. No, I think it's 230B, which basically provides a chunk of funding for rural hospitals to kind of help bridge that gap, if I'm understanding that. And so that's kind of a short-term fix for the state, because it doesn't address any of these structural deficits that are facing rural hospitals. It's part of what caused, even in the Twin Cities, the Hennepin County Medical Center, very similar story. So it's kind of finishing this public buy-in that has kind of, what it did was it basically authorized the state to come up with a bunch of actuarians, to really come up with a public option to set rates, so it's not quite universal health care that abolishes private insurance. It still uses a market framework, but it's essentially creating a public option that's subsidized by the state, so
Would
that people can actually get insurance.
would you say that that is kind of like a stopgap measure until we got like a national Medicare for all type program?
Yes. Minnesota has never been afraid to be the first. I think, if anything, I believe Oregon might be the first one to beat us to universal health care on their own accord. But I think that this is a stopgap to get us to, yes, like you said, some sort of option. I would like to see us really work on the Minnesota health plan, which is like a true single payer healthcare model that doesn't necessarily abolish private insurance, because people can still come in from out of state and use their insurance. But as far as Minnesota residents go, they would pay their premiums into a state pool detached from politics. So it's not like the legislature can, like, borrow money from it. Um, and that system alone, if we passed it on day one of the term, would still take 2 years to create and assemble and implement. So we definitely need to finish this buy-in as kind of the band-aid that gets us either to a Democratic president or, Lord help us. I think we've all been through the most. But I think that Minnesota absolutely has an opportunity to do this on our own accord. The struggle with it is we would need to get some sort of waiver from the federal government, essentially getting permission to use federal dollars in this way for a single payer healthcare system. That's going to be an uphill battle. That's not a reason to shy away from working on it, but that is one of the barriers to implementation, is going to be the federal government waiver system.
That makes a lot of sense. In a similar vein, one of your policy positions is universal childcare, and looking at what New Mexico has passed, they have like a no-cost universal childcare system. Is your proposal largely in line with that system, or is it its own thing?
So part of what I in the speech, it was the vision of what we are trying to work towards. Right now, our current goal is to make sure that no one is paying more than 7% of their income to childcare. And we're going to try and work on a system studying the best way to get us there, whether that's making sure that we have allocation for funding to make sure that even like reimbursement rates for paying teachers higher salary, like preschool or like daycare centers, higher wages. I remember hearing a story about a gal who she left working in childcare because it's like, if you're going to get paid $12, $13 an hour, $15 an hour, people can get that at Cinnabon. They don't have to put up with children screaming and crying and being wet in their diaper. And so we just have a really fundamental mismatch. And so it's getting us closer to a true full universal childcare system. I would love to see us expand like the childcare assistance program. If the money was available, I would say let's try and get it up to 100% so that it's not a means tested program. It's just we care for children. That is where the value is. We're still looking at exactly the best way to do it, and I definitely need to do more research into the current movers and shakers in this field to see what the current best practices are in other states. So that's more than I personally need to learn more about.
Okay. In a similar, like, you've talked, let me put it this way. You've talked about a number of different universal programs. What is the appeal of aiming for a universal program rather than means testing, to those who need it most?
Yeah, the point is that, well, one, there's like the downstream politics of it. When times are good, we tend to do these programs and we still means test them. And then when we hit a recession, typically a lot of folks are like, well, I'm not benefiting from this program, let's cut it. But if we make it a universal program, then it's just more likely to stay structurally, because it's just a cultural, this is what we do for our children, not just this is charity for people who can't afford it. So that's what's really important to have in this as a long-term vision. I feel like I lost my train of thought. Remind me what the...
the appeal of universal programs versus means tested programs, because a lot of I know specifically more conservative members in the DFL, or even in conservative politics in a general election, look at universal programs as if they are born out of like just obscene wealth, and like in order to make it fiscally sound, you have to have the means testing. But you seem to have a different approach.
Yes, as we think about, for example, we'll take this one big beautiful bill. This is a good tie-in. With all of these like work requirements that Donald Trump wants to put on into this program, and how it's like being checked, what is it, like every month, every other month, or maybe it's quarterly. I'd have to double check on that one. Fact check me. But like that's staff that counties have to hire to make sure that they're doing what they are required for getting people into these programs. And so that raises the cost on counties to verify that people are quote unquote poor enough to to receive these programs, that it just raises cost on counties, and then they raise it on property taxes, and then counties and cities are asking for more, local government aid. So it's just, the means testing is just bad policy all around, because it's born out of this fundamental distrust that, like, Lord forbid we should help someone who maybe has a little bit more means to pay for these things, instead of recognizing that there are certain programs that are fundamental to our society. Raising our children, making sure that we are healthy, making sure that we aren't homeless. Like,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I did want to ask, because a lot of people, you mention worker cooperatives often, both in your posts online as well as in your speeches. You mentioned them here in our conversation multiple times. You have in your policy the state investing in worker cooperatives, which is it's something that is near and dear to my heart. But I have never heard a politician actually talk about investing in worker cooperatives, because securing financing to start new worker cooperatives is a major hurdle. And can you explain, like, what are worker cooperatives and why should the state be investing in them?
Yeah, absolutely. Um, where to start on this? I'll start with what a worker cooperative is. For those, is that a good place to start?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So a worker cooperative is a business structure. As we think about a corporation being, they have 100 shares, and someone could own 50 shares and thus get 50% of the vote on how to drive the business decisions, how to scale it, what kind of benefits that to provide, what kind of wages we're going to have, what to retain just for the future. In a worker cooperative, only the people who work at the business are allowed to have a share in the business, and each person can only have one. So it becomes the democratization of workplaces, so that there's a collaborative process on how to run the business. Say they have a particularly great year, and maybe they decide to have some Christmas bonuses that year, or maybe they're like, you know what, we can actually afford to provide health insurance for us, so that each person isn't necessarily having to forego that, or get a private market plan that's very expensive. Also deciding how to scale the business. It's part of why it's important to invest in these businesses, because not only do they get their hourly wage, and it's not even that everybody has to get the same wage. I talked with a local worker cooperative,
Mhm.
and I believe, if I remember right, they basically had it set up so that, like, every 2 months, 6 months, you just got a 50-cent raise. So the highest paid people were actually people who were like there from the founding.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like this mismatch of like, I think I'm doing more important work and therefore I'm gonna have more money. Um, and so it just helps have a general framework of like, how are we valuing our work? Instead of having CEOs on the top that say, you know what, I'm doing the big planning. I deserve to make, 530 times what you make, Joe Schmo. So it really just incorporates a process. And when have everybody has equal access to that business ownership, people people care for things when they own it. So instead of just be someone who's just like, I only make $12 an hour, and
Mhm.
boss makes a dollar, I make a dime, so I'm just gonna do the bare minimum. When everybody has that shared interest in the success of the business, people work and they work harder. They take ownership for solution making. There's less diffusion of responsibility on, like, Jeffrey's the executive director, and so I'm just gonna tell him it's his problem. It it really is just everybody caring for the business on the whole, because everybody shares in the the value that it creates.
Hmm. Yeah, I've always been a fan of democratic worker co-ops. One worker, one vote seems to make sense to me as somebody who, I've done a number of different jobs, and like the ones that I've cared about the most were the ones where like I had a stake in the success. Like that makes sense to me. And you said something in one of your speeches about, it makes sense that if we are giving loans out, that everyone who is, getting a business loan should become, you know, part owner of the business. Like, and that does make sense to me. If you are getting a loan for your company, like everyone who's pitching in their 8 hours every day, should have a say in how that job is done.
Yeah, absolutely. Because yeah, if everybody has access, like if we're going to issue a loan for $200,000 up to, a lot of them that are like actually conversions, like it's maybe someone who's owned the business their whole life and they're getting into old age, and they're figuring out, what do I want to do with this business because I'm maybe retiring. What they'll do is they'll sell that business to the workers that
Mhm.
already work there. And so that collective takes on the loan, like basically the LLC or the uh yeah, we'll go with
Yeah.
LLC. That takes on the loan, and so like everybody has then gotten access to business ownership with every loan issued, rather than just having one person who is making all the decisions. Like, I'm weary of anyone who thinks that they always know what's best. You kind of need a good team around you to kind of check yourself, your assumptions. And so that's where the beauty of, when everybody has a say in the business, they're not just being yes man because Billy Bob up at the top is paying signing their paychecks. People feel more comfortable pushing back and saying, no, actually, I think we could scale into this particular area, or this is where I find there are, is a bottleneck in our business, and it creates more of a conversation. So it's also making sure that we're hedging our risks, but also that everybody deserves a slice of the rewards when it does well.
Yeah, and also, I've looked at the data that comes out of different worker cooperative studies, studies on how effective it is as an organizing principle for business. And, a lot of it does make sense for a state to invest in. Like once that job is created, once that company is created, it's not going to offshore itself because the workers aren't going to vote to move their business overseas.
Yes.
Like it's not going to suddenly and it's not going to suddenly do that. But also, there's data out there that suggests this type of organization, because it prioritizes workers, means that it survives harder economic times far better. Like the success rate, the longevity of worker cooperatives tends to be quite a bit longer than traditional businesses, because it prioritizes, being able to pay workers and the survival of this cooperative over profits that can then be, someone can put into a comically large bag and run away with, you know
Yes,
um
because it's in a scenario where maybe we hit a recession, a business has a bad year, people might decide, we're all going to take a 20% pay cut just because, it doesn't make sense that any one of us should be laid off. It's like we're all going to band together. We might even work a little bit less. It might not even be pay cut. It might just be, instead of all of us working for 8 hours a day at our normal rate, it's like we're only going to work 6 hours. But people still recoup that time. It's they get the benefits of having a little more time every day. Yes, their budgets might have to slim down, but it's also about making sure that, like, yeah, no one person has to bear the brunt of that, instead of just saying that, we're just not, in a corporation, they might just say, we had a bad year, you're just not getting a raise at all, secretly, while they're funneling like tons of money into
Yeah.
their CEOs, like stock options. Like,
Yeah, and because everyone owns part of the business, one worker, one vote, it's really it's much harder to privately funnel money when every worker at the business is also an owner of the business. Um, but I did want to talk because I think that there is a pretty viable pathway, like in the nitty gritty day to day lawmaking for loans for democratic worker co-ops. One of the things that I noticed about some of your policies related to worker rights in particular is that I would expect them to get a lot of corporate pushback from on the state level. Specifically, you talk about wanting to make election day a state holiday, which I very much support. Require all publicly traded companies in Minnesota to hold a labor union election. Hell yeah. And give workers unemployment insurance during strikes. Hell yeah. But my question is that while all of those have very obvious worker benefits, that seems like those three in particular seem to be huge fights. And how would you actually go about getting the ability to push those through the state legislature?
yeah, so a lot of this would require the legislature's cooperation in this. And part of how we framed I believe we'll be coming out with our 100-day plan here, like tonight, maybe even tomorrow, very, very soon. But part of it is definitely being transparent about where we have the power and where we need the legislature to work with us. And a lot of it is having a vision for Minnesota, because the governor tops the ticket. And so it's basically send the members that'll vote for this, So have conversations with the people you're going to vote and tell them you want these kind of policies. So I can't promise anyone that we're going to get that done. That is what I would love to fight for, because fundamentally there are more. It's kind of like that scene from Bug's Life where it's like, once they realize that there are more of them than they are of us, they will rise up. And so it's fundamentally like, if we recognize that, if you add up all the people that work for Amazon warehouses, UPS, FedEx, all these publicly traded companies, even as much as like Chipotle, making sure that if they can afford to pay dividends to people who have no connection to the business other than pure ownership in a piece of paper, then you can start by building it around livable wages for your companies. And it's particularly for publicly traded companies, because we value the mom and pop shops. Like, we're not trying to like push them out of business. I understand that the capacity to pay those wages isn't the same capacity as Target or Nike to pay those wages. So it's starting there. Yeah, so long roundabout way of saying, send us the members that'll fight for that. But I think that in an affordability crisis, I think that's a message that materially impacts so many workers across this state. Like, I think about people who are working at Walmart for $12, $13 an hour, and maybe they're on SNAP or rental assistance. And, it's important that we're safeguarding assisting people, but at the same time, it shouldn't come at a benefit to corporations to subsidize them in this corporate welfare, because they have to keep prices low.
Absolutely.
People deserve to have some dignity in their work and not feel like they're just surviving. This goes back to waiting on a train that just won't come. It's like, how long are we going to protect a system that is predatory on us, that leverages our bodies all day, every day, to not even be able to do anything outside, or being so exhausted that you just sit in your house? Like, people deserve to have a life that's worth living. And maybe that's radical to some folks, but the work persists.
I know I've kept you so much longer than I intended, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask another handful of questions if you have time for them.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Okay,
I feel like
cool.
I'm warmed up.
You've been a ferocious advocate for the environment in Minnesota and protecting it. And you have also said you'd be willing to deploy, as a last resort measure, the State Patrol and National Guard to shut down any mining operations that move forward on protected land. Um, does that include any attempts to build AI data centers on protected land as well?
Think I the general priority is that we're working towards a 2-year data moratorium. Part of
Mm.
what we want to see done, it starts here. We are on stolen land, and so we want to work with the legislature to have a 2-year moratorium, and we want to put together a task force to study that's chaired by the tribal nations. Like, they get to chair
Mhm.
these committees, and then getting together with scientists and just studying if there is any way, even if it's a very, very high bar, what is the bar that would have to be met in order to consider, you know, different mining operations. I suppose we could extend it to data centers as well. But I think that what really matters is that we're having a collaborative conversation. I really don't believe it's up to the governor alone to say,
Mhm.
this is what we should have or should not have. I think that we need to vigorously defend our environment. I don't think that having any watered down standards is going to be good for our environment. And it's putting tribal nations at the forefront of these conversations because they're most likely going to have the highest bar, for people to meet. So it's making sure that they are being consulted in this because they deserve to have a say in how this should be shaped.
That actually goes really nicely into my follow up. That historically, there have been a lot of promises made to protect indigenous lands and waters. And notably, Tim Walz let a lot of people down in that regard when it came to pipelines. And I was just, I would ask, like, how would you use your power as governor to protect those lands and waters from oil pipelines in particular?
Ooh, oil pipelines in particular. Well, one thing, I know there was a bill that was recently passed. I don't know if it was this legislature or the last one, about like raising the wild rice. I think it's like the sulfate standards,
Mhm.
and so it's making sure that it's about giving. Okay, let me go here. The legislative session is so short when we think about what all needs to be done, that what I ultimately want to do is create like causes of actions for tribes to sue pipelines, or for environmental groups to sue, to give them infrastructure legally for the other 8 months of the year while we're doing work in session. It's about making sure that we're not creating our own bottlenecks when it comes to policy. It's kind of giving some legal infrastructure to make sure that the advocates can work their own channels as well. And so when it comes to protecting, and I know that a lot of indigenous communities have felt let down. And part of why it's important to make sure tribes are chairing these committees is because, like, it is, for the history of the United States, we have historically not upheld our end of the bargain when it comes to treaty rights, when it comes to, reservations. So I don't ask tribes to trust me. It's making sure that there's a collaborative effort and that we are giving policy teeth where we can to make sure that they are included, whether in statute or in any other mechanism, whether it's through executive directives, including them in consultations.
You've mentioned land back in your policy positions, um, like specifically state controlled lands being somehow transferred to the tribes. Um, how do you envision that working? Because I think for a lot of people, especially if they haven't spent a lot of time thinking about the issue, that sounds impossible. But like it is certainly not. So I'm wondering what your campaign has on that front.
Yeah. So one of the particular policies in particular is giving back. I believe it's um, Upper Red Lake and the surrounding state forests. And as far as I believe, if I'm understanding this correct, it is something that may take some executive power, but I'm pretty sure we can give that land back. It may need an authorization from the legislature. I'd have to double check the exact mechanism that it has to go through. Um, but it's about giving back those lands. Like, we're not going up to Steve's house and saying, like, we're kicking you out of your house to give to, the tribe. It's saying that, like, these vast lands that are just forest and trees, like, that are just held in trust by the state, like, those are things that we could work towards giving back to tribes, is kind of the hope for it. Something that would need legislative approval is I want to see us pass some sort of like right of first refusal. So a lot of what happened with the 1854
All right, we are back again. Sorry about that, everybody, especially to our guest Kobe Lane. Um, you were talking about land back. You're talking about the mechanism. You're talking about a lot of that. Sorry, you were in a great flow.
Yeah, sounds good. So yeah, the particular initiative that I'm focusing on is returning the control of Upper Red Lake and the surrounding state forests. It's been in conversation, and it sounds like there's a good relationship on that front with the state. It's just a matter of finally, getting that across the finish line. And I think that I don't think we can just give it away by executive order. It might be more of a more robust process. I don't think it has to be, and I think it's already in the works. I think it's just one of those things that has to be executed on. But worst case scenario, it's something I would work with the legislature on to make sure that we can return those state lands. And and then one policy that I would like to see worked on is it's called a right of first refusal. So the 1854 treaty, what that did was for many reservations, it created this checkerboarding. So if you look at like Fond du Lac, if you look at Beaufort, there's kind of just this smattering. Quite literally, it looks like a checkerboard. And so within reservation borders, I would like it to be so that, like, if someone's going to sell their house, that maybe the tribe gets to be the first. They get a right to say no to the property first before it goes on open market, so that we're creating a system that allows for this healing and completion of indigenous treaty lands back to their respective nation. I don't think that is an untenable view, because it's not kicking anyone out of their homes. We're just saying, if you want to sell it, the tribe gets to be the first buyer, and they get to say that they don't want it first. Similar for how we're, I believe it's Isaiah, Faith in Minnesota. They're advocating for manufactured home lots, so that they get to be, so if, say, a lot owner that houses a bunch of manufactured homes decides to sell their business, i.e. to like private equity companies, that the people who work or who live on those lots get to, as a collective, decide that they want to buy it for themselves, whether that becomes like the equivalent of like a housing cooperative of sorts, but at least they get a chance to say no first. And it would be very similar, but for tribal lands within reservation borders, to help kind of repair that checkerboarding.
Does that take inspiration from Bernie Sanders' proposed legislation? He also had a piece of legislation he wrote where it gave workers a right of first refusal. If like a company of X size sells, it first has to be offered to the workers.
I guess not particularly from Bernie in that way, but I definitely see, yes. It's more of like a right of first refusal as a tool in general for people. No, but I like that with that worker idea. And we're gonna workshop that one at our next campaign meeting.
Excellent. Excellent. I've been a huge fan of it since I heard of it. Now, I also wanted to ask about, you have an entire section of your website dedicated to talking about, social justice and investing in both African American communities and creating programs specifically for the Somali community. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about those proposals at length, because I think especially right now that's incredibly important to have that
Yeah.
vision.
Absolutely. So many of those policies are designed from the 2026 United Black Legislative Agenda. So these are things that the community is advocating for, and so we implemented those into it. So it's making sure that we're implementing, which the 2026 United Black Legislative Agenda is essentially an economic justice and criminal justice reform plan. One of them being like a summer work program. Like we think about keeping kids like involved in working and keeping busy and making a little bit of money and making sure that we have youth mentorship programs. That was something that I really feel like young people are kind of tossed to the wayside as like, oh, they'll figure it out. But we forget to provide them mentorship. Like, if we all go back to what it was like to be 15 or 16, or even if you're 8 or 19, like we're all figuring this out in real time. And sometimes you just need someone who's like not your parent or disciplinarian to like kind of just like coach you a little bit. Having a mentor that you can talk to about career aspirations or volunteer opportunities or just the little things in your life. I think that we really undervalue that. I never was someone who participated in the like I think it's Big Brother, Big Sister program, but I had friends who did it, and that always really appealed to me, just to have someone who was older, who just, was just in your life to talk about whatever, play games with. And I think that that would really help with just not only like stress of like, I think about like middle schoolers and gosh, like, when those thoughts are just rattling in your head. But if you had like a high school buddy, that was just like, yeah, no, you're not going to care about this in 4 years, how much that would make life so much easier to be able to have someone to help you regulate that. That's a tangent. Other things in the program, like having like some sort of like Black Capital Fund,
Oh,
like
yes.
really economic justice is important. That would definitely need legislature approval. They have the purse strings. But a lot of what this is about is making sure that like everyone deserves to get something from their government. It feels like a lot of like even like centrist Democrats, they work on the things that we have in common with a lot of the different communities that vote Democrat, but then they stop at the unique community needs. It's like, no, like you can't just be like, yeah, we all need healthcare. I benefit from healthcare. We're going to, but when it comes to tribal relations, government to government relations, when it comes to economic and criminal justice, it seems like a lot of our elected officials kind of just like stop there and they say, well, we need to work on only things that we all can agree on. And I want to challenge that paradigm that we can make sure everybody gets something from our government, even if it means that it's not a program that specifically every community is going to benefit from. Kind of tying in with the worker cooperatives, I would like to see us have, a Black Capital Fund, but let's make it worker cooperative as well, so that we
Hell
get
yeah.
many people into business ownership, not just a few.
I love that. I love that idea.
Yeah, like...
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
I was going to ask, you are the first openly trans candidate for governor in Minnesota's history. And I wanted to ask, do you feel an additional weight from that historic nature of your candidacy? And has your campaign run into any barriers because of that?
You know, this whole race, I have I've been really approaching this from like working class solidarity. Like I'm not the trans candidate, and I refuse to be called refer to myself as the trans candidate. Identity politics is not a winning message. What I am is someone who is from the working class, who doesn't have wealth, who doesn't have political connections, who understands what a strain even $50 more in a particular bill feels like for everyday folks. Like I take that seriously, and that's why, policies like capping rent at 3%, making sure we're working towards a single payer healthcare system. I feel like I understand why that's important, not just that a certain segment of our population thinks that it's important. And so in this race, I really just want to be someone who can bridge the political divide, like I'm not a born and bred Democrat. I'm someone who's no longer a Republican, but I know that I'm looking to help working class folks. It is, again, top versus bottom, not left versus right, and I'm willing to call out my own party for not holding up to the values that they try to espouse. So it's really about challenging everybody to do better by everyone. I care less about someone's political affiliation, and I care more about the policies and the ways that they want to help people.
Yeah, I guess I was just you are also one of the co-leads of an organization called Tea Time, which is, a support network for trans femmes in the Twin Cities area. And so like I imagine that you being the first openly trans candidate for governor and also being so publicly like trans, like that has to give you a certain perspective on policy, a certain perspective on, what in particular like the LGBTQ plus community needs here in the state. And so I guess what support would you bring for the queer community across Minnesota?
Yeah, absolutely. And with some conversations with other stakeholders in this conversation, like part of the big thing is making sure that we're safeguarding gender affirming care, both for adults and minors. We are not leaving trans kids behind come hell or high water. Like we are fighting for trans kids. A policy that I would like to see passed is allow for LGBTQ people who have a name change to have those records sealed, because otherwise you can just search their public document and then it comes up with their dead name and it just doxes them from a person and a life that they are trying to distance themselves from because it was an inauthentic version of themselves. Other policies I want to make sure for the LGBTQ community. I feel like I'm blanking in this moment. What time is it?
It's late. I have kept you. I have kept you like 40 minutes beyond what we're going to do.
Worries.
We'll
It's
wrap it up.
mainly safeguarding what we already have, and it's working with the attorney general to make sure that we are taking on the federal administration if they try to take away gender affirming care, if they try to harm our communities or preclude us from other opportunities. Making sure, I would love to see a policy where we can't like preclude people from being discriminated, or like that was too many negatives. Like making sure that we're protecting that if someone has to go into like has to utilize like an emergency shelter, that they can't be discriminated against. I think that making sure that people are able to be safe in, especially when they're in their most vulnerable state, that otherwise we create this system where you have to have a certain level of wealth or privilege to be able to access your authenticity without being just like shoved in a room with people with the same sex assigned at birth.
Yeah, it paywalls your identity.
Literally.
So I just have one last question, and you are 26. We talked about that at the beginning. Your opponent is 66 years old. And like there are going to be people out there who want to question you on the basis of age, and you have said that the governor is a powerful vessel for policy with a signature that impacts over 5 million Minnesotans. So to the people who would question you on that front, what do you have to say to them to those concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we all know that the governor does not govern alone. So it's making sure that we have competent department staff, commissioners that are experts in their field, particularly the policy landscape, who can work the laws down and having adequate teams around them. And the governor ultimately ushers in the directives. It's about the values that that candidate has. Because when you're someone who believes in the power of people and having collaborative conversations, when you're a candidate who has the humility to know you're not going to be a policy expert in every single area. What matters is that you're willing to listen to people, that you're willing to come up with creative, like people deserve someone who's going to be creative to make sure that we can help as many people as possible. Not just like this person who has the ego to think that it is their turn to hold, the power, even though they have done very little campaigning or policy work. Yeah, I won't dig on her too much. But yeah, so it's really having that collaborative cabinet around you, having competent people, advocates. I want to have community office hours where people can actually come and meet their governor and talk about their issues, so that we have just a real conversation, not just meeting with a staffer that funnels that to another staffer that funnels it finally up to the governor. I think that's really important because a lot of what this is about is also accountability and making our government answerable to you. Earlier, I mentioned us wanting to create like a public dashboard where people can see like, how am I doing? People can check the box. Have I done this policy proposal? Have I given this directive? Have I passed this? Has the legislature passed this? And that way, it's not just a bunch of empty campaign promises. It's just, yeah, you can check my work. And then it creates an accountability structure to make sure that this work is getting done. It's not just, yeah, we're going to hold another press conference when we want. There was something else I was going to say. It's escaped me.
Ugh.
It was good.
It's okay. You've been very generous with your time tonight. So thank you so much for the thoughtful answers. I've really enjoyed this back and forth. And
one more thing I want to tell your viewers.
Go for it.
Part of what the symbolism of this campaign is, if a 26-year-old trans woman can run for the governor's office, you can meet your neighbors. You can run for House. You can run for the Senate, your school board. That, in the same vein, I didn't wait for someone to give me permission to do this thing, as outlandish as it may have felt in January. That it really is about demanding a seat in the halls of power. And I don't use that term demand lightly. You give yourself permission to do this and fight for it.
Absolutely. And that's why everyone, as I say at the end of every single one of the videos I put out, should go and join their local Dems and join their local DSA. So go get involved with your local political process, folks. Because you can genuinely go out there and make a difference. So Kobe Lane, thank you so much for being so generous with your time. It's been a pleasure.
This is so much fun. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Oh, also, the website is Kobe #4 Governor, and that's KOB as in big change, EY #4 governor.com.
The links will be in the video description, and they will also be posted in chat shortly. So thank you so much for your time, and sorry to your staffers who've been in the background, but thank you so much for helping to set this up, folks, and thank you again so much for your time. Good night. That was excellent. Now, for those of you who have been watching, I do mean it. Go join your local Dems. Go join your local DSA. Go get involved. Take those first steps. We know it can be scary, but if you want assistance in doing that, you can, of course, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. She'll hook you up regardless of where you are in the country. And also, you can reach out to GamerG for help to join your local DSA, which you can, again, join from anywhere in the country. All right. And go check out KobeForGovernor.com. Especially if you're local in Minnesota, you can do door knocking, phone banking, etc. for the campaign. Excellent stuff. So if you enjoyed that interview, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about the positions Kobe Lane had. And also, it helps the channel when you leave comments, so consider doing that. And last but not least, check out ImageneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. So check that out, ImageneOlivia.com, link down in the description as well. And let's keep on going. Poof. I am so sorry. I have no idea why my stream software crashed 3 times? Was it a full on 3 times? God, the absolute patience for the Lane campaign to put everything on hold while I got all that sorted multiple times. I felt deeply embarrassed. I have no idea why either. It was my streaming software. The streaming software was locking up. Maybe it's because I had a Google Doc open alongside the show. I don't know. But that was deeply consternating. Jack loves putting magnets on her computer. No magnets involved. All right, we are going to turn back on the sound alerts. And also, folks, if you enjoyed that segment, remember, you gotta hit the like button. We got a little song to let you know what to do. Click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Yeah, there. Look, I'm not too critical. I did keep her almost an hour longer than either of us intended, so like that's on me, and like I don't blame her necessarily for being a little bit shaky, especially after 2 interview restarts in the middle. But yeah, my main takeaway was like for the most part, I don't think I've ever agreed with the political candidate quite as much as with Kobe Lane. It's pretty cool actually to see somebody so vocally defend and support democratic worker co-ops. I do think that the AI data center question could have been handled better, but like I didn't necessarily find anything about it bad, but just could have been better. So that is that's where we're at. I hope you guys hit the like button, and also do consider supporting the stream with your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without you. I need to enable this chat over here. There we go. We got the alert box back over there. Now you guys can drop your subs and donos and be acknowledged by stream. I know you guys like it. You guys like the little ding. Thank you also for the comments. I noticed them saying that I did a good job. I know I don't typically do a lot of interviews, but I do know how to do them fairly well.
Yo, yo, yo. I still have feet.
Hell yeah, Salmon Moose. We love people having feet. That came out wrong. But we do love you still keeping your feet. There we go. Nailed it. Salmon Moose, thank you for the tier 4 sub. And I believe that brings us to 133 out of our goal of 500 subs, so that we can do some more What If Alt Hist. So you guys, we're making progress. Fixer at Home, thank you for the $10 Australian. Very much appreciated. See.
Jack, what do you suppose that us trans folks in red states can do in order to have some sense of power? A lot of us find it hard to stay but difficult to leave. Was just curious on your perspective.
I mean, I think it really does depend. First of all, thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. And Nocturnal 8999, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Also very appreciated. Plant, for your question, I have 2 pieces of advice that aren't very helpful, right? Number 1 is take stock of your own personal safety. If you are in like a safe situation and like you do not need to get out of Dodge, then by all means stay and like get involved in your local political process, because that does give you a sense of agency and builds the kind of friendships and the kind of networks you will need going forward in order to make things change. And you can be part of that change. If you are unsafe and you need to get out of Dodge, then by all means do so. You know, I think that, mileage is going to vary depending on situation to situation, but yeah. Like, some people have the luxury of being able to stay and other people do not. And some people, have the luxury to be able to leave and other people do not, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What if you need to get out of Toyota?
Let's see if this TTS says it right. Aussie lemonade is the best monster flavor.
Oh, it did! How about them apples? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Archangel the Cobb, thank you for the $10 Australian. Very much appreciated. Where is Waldo? Thank you for the gifted membership as well. And Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5
subs.
gifted subs.
I've been gone a bit too much.
Goodness gracious. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Put a lot of work into putting together a good interview for you guys too. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Hopefully you learned about Minnesota politics a bit. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this? Oh yeah, I saw this. This looks so good. This looks
Everyone,
so
did you
good.
exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
Uncle Simric, I'm still waiting for my elliptical to get fixed, so I didn't. Also, I've been very sad and low energy. This is so cool, though. Check this out.
Aussie lemonade.
It's got a giant crab and everything. Whoa, 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 I see people saying it's Castlevania or Simon's Quest. It's not either of those things. It's the Transylvania adventure of Simon Quest. It's a totally different, unrelated thing. Legally. And colloquially. It's very cool, though. I've seen this for a few years at MagFest. Glad it's finally coming out soon. Hell yeah! And Cookie Mom, thank you very much for facilitating the interview we just did. Appreciate the help. It's YouTube. We just don't get many in Vert Chat. Oh, Vert Chat takes off when it wants to. Should look up a game called Dream Hollow. It's a hand-drawn game. It's really pretty. Maybe I will on a new day.
You never have to get out of a Subaru, you just get wrapped in a steel cage.
The next generation of Subaru Foresters is just gonna be mecha. You get strapped into a mecha suit.
The plot is basically that you're Simon Quest, and you are resurrecting Dracula so you have something to fight.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Also, can we just take a moment to really appreciate the fact that, number one, the art direction is heavily inspired by JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but also, this is very clearly the Dracula from, played by Christopher Walken. No, not Christoph Waltz. Christopher. Yeah, here we go. Wait, am I thinking of the wrong Dracula? I thought it was... Yeah.
You can either play it like it was CV3 as an action game with branching paths or CV2 with RPG and full exploration and being able to talk to NPCs.
It's literally just Bram Stoker's Dracula, but in pixel art. So good. I don't think that was Christopher Walken. I think I might have been wrong about who was playing him. Oh, no, that's fucking Gary Oldman. Jesus. I was so wrong. Yeah, Gary Oldman. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you as well. Gary Oldman. I like how you guys say his name. Christopher Walken never played Dracula. That's where you're wrong. Because in my mind, he played Dracula, but he instead played the Headless Horseman in Sleepy Hollow. And to be fair...
Are you sure it's not Gary Youngman because of Dracula?
To be fair, this guy does look like Dracula. To be fair to me, Christopher Walken in Sleepy Hollow does look like he would be playing a Dracula. I'm not crazy.
See The Adolescence of Utina in theaters this weekend, and that's got a lesbian turning into a car so her girlfriend can drive her. And which from Mercury is Gundam Utina.
I love that for that relationship. What an incredible... I love anime, man. Like, it's so good. Like, what do you mean you made an entire anime series out of girls who transform into race cars? What do you mean you created an entire successful video game series off of gambling mechanics and girls who are also horse racers? What do you mean? What do you mean you made an entire show off of what if a guy became a vending machine? Weak, I don't need to be a car to be driven. God. Can we get Danny DeVito as Dracula? I would love Danny DeVito to be a Dracula. I think you're thinking of Bram. I was thinking of Bram Stoker's Dracula, but in my defense, this also looks like it would be Bram Stoker's Dracula. They never explain why his teeth are just fish fangs, but, you know, maybe they do, and I just forgot. It's been a long time since I saw Sleepy Hollow. All right. Hey, I'm the blood man. Give me all your blood. Yeah, nailed it. All right.
Jack, some girls become vending machines to smile.
Of course. It's an equal opportunity world. All right. The not very best-selling sequel to Super Mario World. Oh God, what is this?
Vending machine.
Well, yeah, I know Reborn as a vending machine. Now I wander the dungeon. They did make this.
Who is next?
God, I love anime. I can't put my glasses on. They're lost. I don't know what happened to them. I do know what happened to them. They slid underneath my couch. And I haven't been able to lift it up because I am too weak to lift up my couch to retrieve the glasses. All right.
The director of Yutina Kaworu from Neon Genesis is based off of Bekwase. He's Anno's best friend. And Ikuhara's lesbian fetish is well documented. He's only had one lesbian-free series.
Well, let's be fair. Maybe it's not a fetish. Maybe he just, you know, is a friend of the gays. Maybe. I like to assume that instead. All right. You can't get a broom under it. It's a very heavy couch. And also, I have a carpet in here, and it makes it hard to put things under it because it goes so... I'm not going to explain to you guys the logistics of why it's difficult for me to get my glasses out from underneath my couch, okay? Not when there's a vending machine on screen. A sleeper sofa? No, it's not a sleeper sofa. It's just very low to the ground. God. So we have a lot to talk about tonight, but before we get into the rest of our show, there is a rest of our show, by the way. We're going to be talking specifically about the saga of Donald Trump and the reflecting pool, because I think, one, it's funny to talk about, and two, it very clearly demonstrates the feebleness of both the president's mind and basically every conservative that is continuing to obsequiously kowtow to him. So, we're going to be talking about that. And we are also going to be covering the New York City primary debate for the 13th Congressional District, which is the district where Adriano Espaillat, I'm not pronouncing this name correctly, and I'm going to be embarrassed when they read it for the debate. And the Mamdani endorsed challenger, Daria Avila Chevalier. I apologize to both of these candidates for not having the kind of reading ability that allows me to intuitively understand how to pronounce names. So we'll be taking a look at that as well. So first I need to go pee. So I will be back in a couple minutes, and when I return, we will get started doing all that stuff. So don't go anywhere. Perfect opportunity for you guys to go get a drink, a snack, take your own bathroom break, whatever. I'm not your mom. And let's do this thing, huh? All right. I will be RB.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that.
rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat.
You may be surprised the people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. fascists bound to lose.
content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, I'm back. You don't need to remember September. Hello. Oh. How we all doing, folks? Was that a Eurobeat remix of September? Yes. That was not Jazz Dog. That was Turbo. There we go. I need to remember what the opposite of a mommy is, though. Jack, can you remind me? I believe it's Daddy. There we go. All right. Also, somebody in chat compared me to Zatanna earlier. That was the comparison that my partner had when she saw my outfit. Also, sorry I was gone for so long. I needed to check in and make sure my partner was okay because she has COVID. So, yes. Are you all ready for content? Is she okay? I mean, yeah. She has COVID. Ooh. Giving me old school Paula Poundstone vibes. I don't know who that is. All right. Let me put this together. Also, Sake Tanuki, Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs right after I left earlier. I hate being in New York 12, where the top 4 are Zionist clowns and the only legit candidates are polling around 3%. That does sound like New York 12. Look up Paula Poundstone, you heathen. I don't know who this is. I'm sorry. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this? Of course, the dreaded New York 12 question. Yeah, Matt Bernstein.
Wait. Don't tell her.
Wait, don't tell her what? I'm confused. Also, Jenny thank you for subscribing with Prime, and Stop the Stupidity, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. My goodness. Y'all. It's a pun on the show Paula is known for. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know. All right. Whew. Okay. I just remembered what I was trying to do. Gotta do some things. Gonna do some things here. All right. Oh, she was from Wait, Don't Tell Me? Okay, well that makes more sense. That makes more sense, of course. We are almost there. Okay. Well, I play for time real quick. So we need to talk about this. Do 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 do. Filling time, filling time. Oh yes, it's filling time. Don't put any weird sexual context on that. Oh, it's filling time. All right. Cool. All right. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
How is it that we get endless redos of 64 but not SNES?
Because the SNES were perfect. SNES games, they were the perfect video game. What is this? Aw, hell yeah. I like that little just
What sexual connotation do we possibly put on a song about a time when somebody gets killed up?
It's impossible. Science hasn't cracked it, Paladin. Alright, I'm not gonna jam out to Star Fox forever. God, that's what it should be called! That's what the next Star Fox game should have been. Star Fox Forever. Nintendo, hit me up. I've got 1 million of them. God. No, not Star Fox Forever. Star Fox Forever. Jack, are you going to go see the new Austin Powers? Probably not. Boo? Yes, good. Hate me. Star Fox for good? I like it. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is just dementia-brained to the extreme. And it's starting to become, I mean, it's been a problem for a while. It's starting to become like people everywhere are kind of noticing it more and more. Like, he walked into a room today and said this.
There aren't too many. IBM CEO Arvind Krishna, who's a great man, who's a really great job. What a great job. What a job you've done. I used to have that stock when it was much, much lower. I brilliantly sold it when I became president. That was not a good move.
Like, I bought that stock when it was much, much lower. And then I sold it when I became president. Which, number one, if that was just a thing that he said, would be like impeachable on its face, right? Like, that's just him brazenly admitting to being corrupt. But also, he was clearly not trying to say something corrupt. Like, he was trying to frame it like he did something that didn't make him money. But he instead said the thing that he actually did, which was make a crap ton of money off of it. As president. Like, it's so baffling. He's just straight up admitting to the kind of political corruption people are absolutely sick and tired about seeing on on like a daily basis at this point. Oi, 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 you got a license for that insider trading? I don't think you do, is the thing. Right? Again, his brain is soup. It's just sloshing around in there. And, we actually have some footage of said brain sloshing. They've had to start draining his brain a little bit just to relieve pressure buildup. And this is this is some of the video we have of that happening. That's right. His soup brain is the algae bloom in the reflecting pool. It's true. I thought you were serious for a second. I mean, I am. They are having to to drain the reflecting pool. But part of what's really funny is that Donald Trump is obsessed with the reflecting pool. It's the one tangible detail that Donald Trump just cannot get out of his head. And so every day he Okay. All right. Cool. I'm fucking dying here. I'm so upset. Ah, I see. There was an update to this to my streaming software like a month ago. We're not going to update it, but I am going to update it after this. I'm just fucking pissed off. All right. Hope you're not being DDoSed. I'm not being DDoSed. It's entirely my stream software. My stream software, from as far as I can tell, seems to be spawning a bunch of different little programs that are then taking up like 50% of the CPU when they should not be doing that. And then it's trying to it's getting stuck. I don't know. It's so fucking frustrating. All right. Is that why it's been wigging out every stream? No, the reason that every night around 3:15 a.m. there's a chance that my ISP goes down. So that's why it usually crashes. It's not usually due to my streaming software crashing. But that has happened 3 times, 4 times tonight. So I don't know. I don't know why it is. I don't know why it's doing this shit. Yeah. Oh well. All right. It's working now. God, I'm going to have to apologize to my editor. So hard. But it is very demobilizing and demotivating to like have we had the needle drop come in raid hours ago, but the multiple tech issues have completely annihilated the like momentum we had going. It's very frustrating. Anyway, thanks for continuing to bear with us, folks. Congratulations, Lady Raincloud. You got it. Let's do it. Okay, but I will let you guys know if stream crashes again. I'm not going to restart. I'm already at the end of my rope right now. All right? All right. So, yeah, Donald Trump's brain is absolute soup. And he just can't stop obsessing over the algae pool, the reflecting pool that he has created. And here he is on Truth Social. We've cleaned, renovated, and beautified over 45 monuments and memorials, 28 statues, and 22 fountains. All of them are capitalized, by the way. In Washington, D.C., things are looking good in our nation's capital. And add to the fact that when I became president, crime was rampant, and now Washington, D.C. is one of the safest cities anywhere in the United States. However, we've had some real problems with vandalism at the beautiful reflecting pool, which sits between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Thank you for letting us know where it is, Ding Dong.
0.
It's so nice. It's we never would have figured it out. Between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Just like 3 days ago, they destroyed the grass outside the pool. They've also done everything possible to hurt the inside surface that was just installed. No different than the chemicals that were used on the National Mall. They used something similar in the reflecting pool to try to destroy and demean our beautiful work. Lightweight ABC reporter Jonathan Carl has been sticking his hand into the pool and tried to rip the rubber off the surface. The algae is 75% gone, and the condition will soon be completely remedied, and the area was vandalized. Fortunately, it's just a small area of damage. Will be fixed early next week. It's a shame that the radical left lunatics, most likely Democrats, have spent their entire lives trying to ruin our country are free to do so. Law enforcement is actively investigating this situation and will hopefully have it resolved soon. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. And it's just like, dude's just absolutely obsessed. Dude is absolutely obsessed, crying, gnashing his teeth. It's crazy. And like, I can't, man. This is nuts. You have video of like the National Guard being deployed to the reflecting pool.
Do not touch the water. There's chemicals in the water.
God damn it, my streaming software is fucking up again. I swear to God. Why? Why is it doing this? Stop it! I can't do stream like this. This sucks so hard. I can't. The thing is, guys, okay. I'm going to shut down this software and I'm going to update it, which will likely result in me having to restart everything again, right? But the problem is I need to make sure that I cover the New York City primary debate, because the primary is literally today As in polls open in like 9 hours. Like, I need to cover that, because otherwise we can't, like, put out a video on the New York City thing. So, I am once again going to restart the stream. We're gonna skip the algae story, which I guess we'll punt to tomorrow and add whatever crazy shit happens to that. We're gonna restart. I'm gonna come back, and we're gonna do the New York City primary in New York's 13th, because I have to. But I'm super salty about everything that's happening right now. God damn it. All right. I am extremely frazzled. Yeah, we got all the streams back in alignment. And there was a new option added to my stream software where when I go live, it would typically be like, is this what you want your stream to be called? And then I'd have the opportunity to name what the YouTube title of the video is on both the respective streams, right? And one of the boxes is manually transition, which is what allows it to go between go between
A small contribution for the
rather
Jack Sanity Fund.
Thank you very much, Nocturnal 8999. But that box is what allows the YouTube studio to actually control some of the stream somewhat, which is very useful, right? And so I always want to make sure that box is checked, except in its position this time was a new box, which is keep this info for every stream. So I clicked the box like a fool. And then it meant every single stream was titled the same thing. And I wasn't given the opportunity to join back into the previous streams that I'd created, which is how I have been keeping the streams connected in the past. So I had to figure out how to unfuck that. And it was very difficult to do on the fly, but we finally did it. But I just want you all to know, I think this solved the underlying issue I was initially trying to fix, but we ran into so many more issues along the way. Like a fucking crazy taxi ride. Alright. Also, Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. And Anime Sidekick Gal, god damn, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships as well. Thank you so goddamn much. Let's go! Brad Pitt waits, what's in the box? Turns out what was in the box were all of our hopes and dreams crushed. Oof. Glad all the tech issues happened after the interview. Yeah, no tech issues during the interview at all. Cool. Today has been a fucking clusterfuck, and I am so sorry. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $10 super chat as well. All right. This does seem to have taken care of the stability issues we were running into. So, we will be jumping into the New York primary debate. Do you still want to talk about the swamp? I'll talk about the swamp tomorrow. I felt like I gave it a good stab. I'll be able to prep it even better tomorrow. We'll give it another try. The swamp will still be in the news tomorrow because Donald Trump is going to Donald Trump. Also, Mr. Pibb, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Megan Fox's Giant Boobs, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Appreciate both y'all. Are we out of the tech woods? We might not be. I'm a little worried. Guess I'm a member now. Hell yeah, touchable grass. Anyone in Twitch chat interested in gifting a mod a sub? Please work now. That is the hope. Also, Paladin Lost, thank you for giving a sub to Erica, and thank you for subscribing as well. All right. Let's do this. Did I miss the pool talk? Yeah, we're going to do pool talk tomorrow.
In Brad Pitt voice, what's in the box?
What's in the box? What's in the box? Archangel, sorry. I'm very upset, but thank you for subscribing, Archangel. I rescind my thank you to Paladin Lost for subscribing.
The red-haired riverboat Jack needs more donos.
It's true, always.
The tech issues were the friends we made along the way.
Hell yeah. I'm glad friends were made. Here we go. You know, it just has a little bit of a palate cleanser. I want to share with you guys the incredible video found by Matt Baum, which is an attack ad on Bill Clinton back in the 90s. A little blast from the past.
Bill Clinton's vision for a better America includes job quotas for homosexuals, giving homosexuals special civil rights, allowing homosexuals in the armed forces. Al Gore supports homosexual couples adopting children and becoming foster parents.
Oh,
Is
no!
this your vision for a better America? For more information on traditional family values, contact the Christian Action Network.
I love that ad. Homosexual quotas. Job quotas for homosexuals. Archangel, thank you for gifting another sub over on Twitch. Let's go. All right. Let's do this thing. All right. Wait a minute. I have a situation for this. Plan. That's what those are called. I've used all of my human skills to mask how frustrated I am. There we are. Here we go. Do. There we go. Election music. Perfect. That's right, folks. It's another election here in 2026. When is it? It's right now, today, in New York's 13th. And we're going to be watching the debate. So if you waited until the last minute to get your information on what's happening in this particular race, go vote. Go vote now. Mom Donnie endorsed one of the candidates already. What more do you want? Her name is Daria Eliza Avila Chevalier. Go vote for her. It's really easy. The primary's happening right now. Today. Go do it. By the time you're watching this, it will still be, maybe, hopefully, today. That's right, June 23rd. So if you're watching this on June 24th, you're shit out of luck. But those of you watching it right now, as I'm recording this on June 23rd, and as we're putting out on June 23rd, go vote in the primary in New York, you silly billies. Get out there. Alright, it's time for us to dive into the primary debate. Let's go. We got a Mamdani-endorsed leftist candidate trying to take on a centrist Dem. Let's see what happens.
At 8, right here on New York One.
Oh, shit, this is the village theme. From, like, some kind of Fire Emblem village. Surely nothing bad is gonna happen to this village. Aw, yeah. The Porch Sub Festival is on June 20th. That happened already in the past.
It's 7 o'clock. 1-800-GOT-JUNK for home or office. We make junk disappear.
1-800-GOT-JUNK means something very different depending on the time you've seen that ad.
Buy yourself a bear.
Yo, Anime Psychic Gal, thank you for the $50 dono. My dear lady, you fill so many nights with hilarity and sorrow. Please buy yourself a beer. I do fill a lot of time. That's a very good explanation of what I do. Next time somebody in my family or a stranger asks me what I do for work, I'm gonna say that I fill nights with hilarity and sorrow. What fucking beer costs $50? I don't know. Maybe instead of a beer, it's a whiskey. Just an entire bottle. All right. Yeah, I know. Look, I know some people who can make some junk disappear, if you know what I'm saying. Just make sure your junk is comfortable. With ImogeneOlivia.com. Go check it out. There's a link down in the description. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, but also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It's comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. There we go. Look at this. Look at, we're making up for all of the bumpiness in the previous stream with just so many smooth transitions. Just like me from sobriety into wherever this takes me. Excellent.
Good evening. Welcome to New York One's Democratic Congressional Primary Debate for New York's 13th District. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor here at New York One.
And I hear that Errol Lewis gives them both rapiers at one point in this, and then asks them to fight to the death as a joke. Let's find out if that's true. It's not.
New York One's investigative reporter Courtney Gross. As a reminder, you can watch tonight's debate on the Spectrum News app and on our YouTube channel. Early voting is already underway in both congressional and state legislative primaries across New York, including tonight's race. More than 44,000 voters in the city cast their ballots during the first 3 days of early voting through Monday.
Vincenzo Biffaroni here. I
No.
think you might have a problem with an item that needs disposal. We specialize in the transport and disposal of old used carpet. You know how to reach me.
That's a very different, that's an even more different kind of junk being disappeared. I assumed from the name we were going to get something very different than what we actually got there. What am I drinking tonight? It is 10,000 Drops. It's a craft distilled spirit out of Faribault, Minnesota. Also, of course, Vincenzo Biffaroni, thank you very much for the $5 dono. And also, thank you for contributing to the ever-growing cast of Riverboat Jack characters.
Polls are back open at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, And the June 23rd primary is exactly 1 week from today.
New York's 13th congressional district spans portions of Upper Manhattan, including all of Harlem and Inwood, and some neighborhoods in the Bronx.
Tonight, we're joined by the two leading Democratic candidates, both of whom met our fundraising criteria. Adriano Espaillat is the incumbent congressman who has represented the district since 2017. He also
God, he looks so unhappy to be there. Jesus.
previously served in the New York State Senate and Assembly. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier is a political newcomer, but has worked as a grassroots organizer in the district and currently works for the Neighborhood Defender Services of Harlem.
The rules that you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by both candidates. Each will have 60 seconds for an opening statement, and then answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds, with 30 seconds allocated to answer rebuttals or follow-ups at our...
But where's the punching round where they each get the opportunity to punch the other as hard as they possibly can? I think that should be a component of all of political debates in America. Just like, you know, you get to, like, you have to stand there and your opponent just, like, gets to wind up in whatever manner they see fit and just, like, punch you as hard as they can. All right? I think that should be, like, just one punch back and forth. All right? Just so we know that the people we elect can take a punch. All right? The punch round, I think, might be one of the most important rounds in American politics if it became real.
Discretion.
And there will be both a cross-examination round where the candidates get to ask one question to another candidate and a lightning...
Oh, that's true, Baba Booey. Whoever goes first would have an advantage. It would have to be synchronous. Yeah, in which case you'd have to have like a righty against lefties. You know, you can only run as a lefty if you're left-handed. Oh my god, it makes so much sense now. Our political system is truly coming into focus as the founders intended.
Round where answers should be yes or no or something very short.
Feel free to join the conversation online using the hashtag NY1Debate. We begin now with 1-minute opening statements. The order was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning. Adriano Espaillat will go first. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to run as an independent in America, you have to be ambidextrous.
Errol, hello, New Yorkers. I'm Adriano Espaillat. I represent the 13th Congressional District. I'm an immigrant, a fighter, a real New Yorker, an immigrant kid that overstayed his visa, got his green card, eventually became a U.S. citizen, a voter, and now I'm a member of Congress. Someone that fought to get drugs out of northern Manhattan, someone that helped build over 12 new schools when kids were being bused out of our neighborhoods to other boroughs because of the overcrowding problem. Someone that also represented and made sure that tenants were protected right through 2 waves of gentrification in northern Manhattan. I have been there. I have been in the neighborhood all along during our most difficult times, and I ask you for your support. I'm running on my record, a record of accomplishment, a record that has listened to people and has brought back results to the community that I represent and that I'm very proud to live in. Thank you so much for your support.
I gotta be honest, that was a weak-ass opening. That was weak. I am asking very nicely, pretty please, for your votes because you've given to
boxing. I'd like to announce that I am running against Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah, we need to identify all of the glass Joes in Congress.
Okay. Ms. Avila Chevalier.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I am the daughter of Dominican immigrants. I am a New Yorker. And like so many in our district, I am a renter who has had to wonder whether I can afford to stay in the city that I love.
Okay, I also have to say, she has a killer smile, both in that it is good and also in that it has, she has an edge to her. Like, I think she's got the political killer instinct here. I think she's going to dominate this debate.
I'm a teacher who has had students come to me and ask me not about their assignments or about their tests, but about the food insecurity that they were experiencing, the housing insecurity that they were experiencing. I am someone who has been organizing for over 14 years in our community, and I have to ask, have things gotten better in our community under our current leadership? Because for so many, things have only gotten harder. When I walk out my door, I see more and more of my neighbors sleeping on the street. I see more of them joining food pantry lines. All the while, I see our tax dollars going towards war, towards a genocide, and toward things that are not helping our community. We deserve a fighter who's actually going to make sure that our tax dollars are returning to our home to invest in our communities, in our babies, and not bombs.
Okay, thank you, candidates. Now, let's start by talking about the kind of Democrat you will be as a member of Congress. Democrats make up the overwhelming majority of voters in this district, and the winner of the primary is all but assured of serving in Congress come January. The question we'll start with is what kind of Democrat each of you would be. Ms. Chevalier, some mainstream Democrats have criticized the Democratic Socialists of America, one of the organizations backing you, for positions at the national level that include eliminating all borders, instituting a 32-hour work week with no reduction in pay, limiting judicial review by the Supreme Court, or extending full voting rights to non-citizens and to people with criminal convictions. Some would call those proposals unrealistic or certainly at odds with the platform and positions of the Democratic National Committee. If asked to choose between a DSA and a DNC position or priority, using open borders, say, as an example, what should voters expect you to do?
Voters can expect that I will always fight for them. I will always fight for the community in New York 13, because that is what I'm committed to. I am running for Congress because I am someone who has felt deeply abandoned by the leadership that we have had, leadership that has gotten us to this moment where we are facing an onslaught of fascism by a president in the White House who is himself a fascist. And we deserve representation that's going to fight for the needs of our community, that's going to fight to win
she's
housing
so
for
good
all,
at this.
Fight to make sure that our tax dollars come back to our communities, to invest in our communities, fight to make sure that we are abolishing ICE and that we are creating pathways to citizenship for our community so that our community no longer has to fear the terror of ICE. We deserve representation who is actually going to listen to our community. I am someone who has been organizing for over 14 years in our community, been with New Yorkers on the hardest days of their lives when they were facing ICE detention and reuniting them with their families, been with them when they were facing police brutality and been there with them to support them through that. I am someone who will show up consistently for our community and fight for progressive legislation.
So, I mean, just to follow.
She's fucking phenomenal. Holy shit. Holy shit. Like, she was able to take a question about where do your loyalties lie, to the DNC or to the DSA, and instead was just like, nah, my loyalty is to who elects me, and this is what I'm gonna do. Like, then she just got to just talk for like a minute straight about her commitment to the community. And like, I understand some people might find what she's doing with her voice, like keeping it very level, a bit off-putting, but the reason she's doing that is to combat like a lot of the like unfair racial stereotyping that might be directed her way as like a woman of color. And like, she's doing such a phenomenal job while also making very clear that she is passionate and knows what the fuck she's talking about. Like, she's doing a really good job.
Up. I mean, again, the DSA position is that people should be free to go from one country to the next, workers, they say, without any real restrictions. Is that something voters should expect you to do if you're elected?
I think what voters can expect is that I will fight for policy that actually benefits the working people of our community. And for so many working immigrant communities, we have seen attacks on that community. We should be able to have reasonable immigration.
Like that, see what I mean? See what I mean? She's like, I'm gonna work for what benefits the working people in my community. Which is the perfect way to completely defang that question.
Policy that is going to benefit the working people of this district. That includes, for example, making sure that we can get SBA loans to people who are green card holders, because it makes no sense that in a community where small immigrant businesses are a cornerstone, they do not have the support from our institutions.
Okay. Mr. Espaillat, I have a question for you. You've said on the campaign trail that a member of Congress has to be willing to work with others and find compromise. But a growing number of voters are telling pollsters that they want Democrats who are willing to fight against the Trump administration, against abuse by corporations, and if necessary, against the Democratic leadership itself. Can you give some examples of when you were willing to have those fights?
Well, Earl, I was one of the first members of Congress one of the first four actually, to submit articles of impeachment during the first Trump administration. I have fought Trump and won. We took him to court.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the question he's responding to?
Abuse by corporations, and if necessary, against the Democratic leadership itself. Can you give some examples of when you were willing to have those fights?
Well,
okay, but like introducing articles of impeachment against Donald Trump during his first term, not a high bar here. When did he break with the Democratic establishment?
One of the first four, actually, to submit articles of impeachment during the first Trump administration. I have fought Trump and won. We took him to court to ensure that, of course, we will have access to the detention centers. And we were able to win. And now we're able to visit Delaney Hall and other detention centers and exercise our oversight duties. We were also able to sue the IRS, who was willing and was on their way to share confidential taxpayer information of immigrants with ICE. We were able to dismantle an organization that the airlines put together to sell passenger information to the law enforcement agencies. Joe Biden implemented my sensitive locations bill, which disallows ICE from going into houses of worship, schools, and hospitals. We were able to get the body camera program going as well during the Biden administration. This is a fight with proven results.
And were there, could you tell us about an instance where the Democratic leadership was going in a direction that you felt you needed to push back against?
All my life, Errol, I ran against the grain. I defeated a 16-year incumbent when I was an assemblyman. As you know, I fought even within my own party to have greater access, a bigger tent, so other voices could be heard. I've been a fighter for my community in and outside of the Democratic Party.
May I respond?
Yes.
So, you know, I find that concerning that that is the example that he's giving of having fought against Trump when, for example, he has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from the very donors that Trump himself has taken. He is
okay. Immediately going for the jugular. Holy shit, dog. Let's fucking go. She just took her free punch.
Someone who has voted in favor of the Genius Act, which has enriched people like Trump and his crypto buddies. He is someone who has refused to condemn a genocide and continues to vote time and time again to send taxpayer money to a country that is currently enacting a genocide in a time where we need fighters who can stand up against that and stand up to defend our democracy. He is somebody who has refused to fight for his own constituents in his district in a time where Trump himself said that that constituent was the blueprint for how immigration enforcement would be conducted going forward.
Oh my God, she's just standing over the body, unloading. Just like, stop, he was dead after one shot. Like you just emptied all 6 rounds. Holy shit.
Let him respond.
Errol, my opponent obviously doesn't know anything about her insulting tweets that have insulted Kamala Harris, Joe Biden.
Oh no.
Trump. Both parties are so boringly infatuated with T words. Neither will help the cost of groceries or rent. I love her so much.
I love that his response to this is, she has mean tweets that made fun of Kamala Harris and Joseph Robinette Biden. Dog.
Trump. Both parties are so boring.
Dog. In 2026, having tweets that made fun of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, that's a huge plus. Stop trying to... You don't... After she's unloaded an entire magazine into you, bud, you don't have to then pick up your own gun and, like, also shoot yourself. You don't have to do that, too. Why are you helping her? This is crazy.
a host of people. She doesn't know where her money is coming from.
Oh shit, that Rhombus, that's probably what it is. He's high on his horse right now because he's heard of Twitter, unlike all of the older whippersnappers in Congress.
What you're witnessing is more signs of a paradigm shift within the party.
It's pretty cool to see, Brutus Magnuson.
Yes, today, she got her campaign benefited for another influx of $700,000, in addition to the $1.5 million that her campaign benefited from a Texas millionaire that has bankrolled Greg Abbott, the same guy that's caging kids, sending immigrants here to New York City and separating families.
Can I know?
I'm gonna let my partner Courtney Gross pick it up because we have some questions about those very topics. So let's move forward.
Yeah, we are going to get to a lot of those topics that you mentioned, but first let's start with Ms. Avila Chevalier. We did want to talk to you about those social media posts between the times of 2018 through approximately the spring of 2022. You used expletives against Vice President Kamala Harris at the
Oh no, someone using expletives about Kamala Harris? But she's so perfect. What could anyone ever criticize Kamala Harris on? Is it covering for a genocide?
time called Joe Biden a rapist and a war criminal. And you have said in previous debates and interviews that you take accountability for these statements. But what does that actually mean? Do you regret saying them, and do you still believe in those statements?
I deeply regret my tweets. I regret them. And I regret that it has taken away from a conversation where New Yorkers deserve someone who is fighting for the things that they want to be discussed on the national stage. Something that for far too long they have not had. We have not had representatives who are talking about the fact that there is a lack of dignified and affordable housing in our district, that there is a lack of a fight against the way that ICE has been conducting in our district. And so yes, I regret that. But when we talk,
I love that guy was probably like, ha, got her on the tweet thing. Ha. And then suddenly she starts turning it around like some kind of martial arts master, redirecting the energy into an attack into him. It's so good. I regret that we're not having a talk right now, but the systemic failings of our leadership in this district.
Talk about accountability. I have yet to see my opponent be accountable to his own record. A record which shows that he has taken over $250,000 from the very real estate corporations that are pricing people out of our district. A record that in the last 2 days alone, he has...
Yeah, exactly. She really just said she regrets them because they're taking away from people, letting New Yorkers have good representatives. It's so good. It's genuinely like martial arts. I live for this kind of shit.
Taken over $200,000 from real estate and Wall Street. He's someone who has taken over $670,000 from AIPAC, all while voting to send our tax dollars to a country that is enacting a genocide, and someone who has taken over $115,000 over the course of his career.
Yeah, also, way to apologize without actually apologizing, you know? Like, she doesn't regret her tweets because she was wrong. She regrets them because they're not allowed, like, this question's taking away precious time from her destroying her enemies. This is so good.
From ICE contractors, while voting to then also fund ICE to the tune of $7 billion.
So just to be clear, you don't believe any of the statements that you did put out on social media during that time period anymore?
Again, I deeply regret those tweets. And the values that I hold are the values of justice, of human dignity, of accountability. And so this is me taking accountability, and I'm happy to model accountability. And I also must ask that my opponent be accountable to his own record, a record that is one in which he has held political office, has had power over our community, and that has had an impact on the day-to-day lives of New Yorkers and the policies that he has enacted.
She's so good.
Mr. Espaillat, we should give him a...
She's so good. They even doubled down on asking, and she just, like, completely did the exact same thing. That was incredible. Yeah, political Aikido. No kidding.
Chance to respond if you would like to. But.
Yes, these disparaging tweets didn't happen a decade ago, 15 years ago. They were just a few years ago. Just when many of the women in our district were rallying and really happy and proud about Kamala Harris's candidacy, she was irresponsibly tweeting disparaging statements about her. She was calling the president a rapist. This is not just some common statement that was made when you were a young person, a teenager, an adolescent. This was just a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And I think...
I mean, worth noting, like, Joe Biden did have a sexual assault allegation come up against him, like, 6 years ago. So, if someone was swayed by that accusation, that wouldn't be the most inexplicable statement that anyone has ever made. Like, the acting like it's just so totally beyond the pale for someone to have come to that conclusion in the midst of, like, sexual assault allegations coming out, it's interesting to say the least.
I think it's irresponsible for someone that has a chronically irresponsible social media to go to Congress. Words really matter.
Let her respond.
I have said time again that I deeply regret this. And listen, I am someone who would have loved to have had a black woman president. I am a black woman, and I would have loved to have had a black woman president. I was critical. I am someone who has been working with families who are facing mass incarceration, who are facing police brutality. And I was critical of Kamala Harris's record, and I voted for her. Because like so many black and brown people, I am someone who has been having to be forced to save the Democratic Party from itself. And that is because we have had representatives like my opponent who has refused to listen to his constituents, who has refused to actually listen to the will of their Democratic base. And it's time that we have representatives who actually listen to their Democratic base.
Okay, I got a question for you, Mr. Espaillat. You've called yourself a progressive leader. You're a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. In the 2021 municipal elections, you first supported Scott Stringer for mayor, then dropped that support and backed Eric Adams. Last year, you supported Andrew Cuomo, who then lost the Democratic primary and then settled on Zohran Mamdani.
Why do you keep picking losers?
Would you say that those choices along the way were progressive?
Well, the common denominator has been, Errol, that I've always supported the nominee of the Democratic Party.
That's not particularly progressive, though, is it?
Last year's election, of course, the nominee was Zohran Mamdani, and I supported that nominee. And I am a progressive Democrat. I am proud to have the support of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. I'm proud to have the support of people like Attorney General Tish James. And my values are very much progressive. I am someone that works for working families. I believe in protecting Medicaid. There's 480,000 constituents in my district that are Medicaid recipients. There are savage cuts against them that will kick in. I will fight to take the money back from ICE, the $170 billion plus the additional $70 billion that Trump and the Republicans just gave to ICE, to bring it back where it belongs, in the Medicaid program.
You know, these aren't progressive fights, though. These are fights to restore a status quo. Like, this is something that I think a lot of people get confused, which is just like protecting Medicaid. That's just, you're fighting to restore a status quo. The status quo has been violated by conservatives, and you're fighting to reset the status quo, which is, I do want to be clear here, an improvement over conservatives just doing whatever the fuck they want, but it's not progressive. It's actually pretty neoliberal. It's not... no one should be impressed by this in politics.
Sure that we have SNAP, that we have food stamps for working class families. I am a progressive Democrat, and
I'm sorry, just be like, yeah, SNAP should be refunded. That's not progressive. advocating to fully fund the social safety net programs we have is not progressive. Being progressive would be to fight for an expansion of SNAP, a removal of means testing from SNAP. It would be expanding access to the safety net. It would be expanding more democratic means of organizing businesses. It would be doing a lot more things to directly benefit working people in a way that isn't cumbersome. So I don't know.
I'm proud of my record.
Okay, the candidates.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next topic, and that is campaign finance and campaign donations. And Mr. Espaillat, we are going to start with you. Over the years, you've accepted thousands of dollars from the pro-Israel lobby known as AIPAC. This cycle, our analysis has shown you've accepted at least $140,000 given to you through contributions made through the organization, and then the PAC itself has given to you separately. You went to Israel in 2022 with the support of AIPAC's sister organization. Oof. So the question is, how do you describe your relationship with AIPAC, and do you regret accepting any of this support from the group following the war in Gaza, where the group has strongly backed Israel and restricted aid, and unrestricted aid for it?
First, no one dictates or tells me how to vote. My constituents do that. I listen to them. I weigh how their opinions are. I make sure.
Okay, so someone does tell you how to vote. It's just your constituents. It's not no one.
Or that I consult with them, and then I follow through by voting their way. Now, my opponent, that's a drop in the bucket. My opponent just today, Courtney, got her campaign benefited $700,000 from a rich millionaire in taxes. Not yesterday, not last week, today. And last week, she got an additional $1.5 million from that same rich donor that bankrolled Greg Abbott. That's the height of the hypocrisies. That's why politics has a bad name, because there's blatant hypocrisy in people running for office. And so, yes, she's taking super PAC money, and she's the only candidate that has in her website a statement that says that she denies or she denounces ever taking super PAC money. So it's a blatant lie.
Our next question actually is on this topic, so we definitely want to give you a chance to respond, Ms. Avila Chevalier. Your candidacy did begin in part when a super PAC called Justice Democrats recruited you to run, and your campaign has been boosted to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars from the super PAC Mr. Espaillat is referring to, known as American Priorities. Some of that cash to the super PAC, not to you directly, did come from a Texas businessman who has also supported Republican Governor Greg Abbott. How is this money any different from the money that is supporting Mr. Espaillat from AIPAC? And please explain.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to note that my opponent has yet to actually clearly and directly answer the question regarding his AIPAC money. He's repeatedly refused to answer that question with regards to any of the direct contributions he has taken to his campaign. Now, I am very proud of the fact that I have run a campaign where we have raised over $1 million in contributions from people where the average contribution was $66. Now, in terms of the spending that's happening, that is outside spending. I can control my campaign, and I am proud of the campaign that I have run and the over $1 million that I have raised from that type of contribution. In terms of who is supporting this campaign and how they're supporting it, I am proud to say that if anybody is supporting this campaign in any way, shape, or form, it is because of the fact that I have refused to take corporate PAC money. It is because of the fact that on day one, I will sign on to Congresswoman Summer Lee and Senator Bernie Sanders' bill to abolish super PACs, something that my opponent has had the opportunity to do and yet has not to this day.
Hey! Sinking some battleships here. Let's go.
Just by a show of hands, I mean, I know you just addressed this, but do you support abolishing super PACs? Yes or no?
I think that we should have a real conversation about campaign finance reform.
Oh my God, dude. Whiffing the easiest fucking W you could have gotten here. Oh my god, I think there's a serious conversation to be had. Let me wipe my face with these $1,000 bills I have and throw it in the garbage where they belong. I mean, who wants a sweaty $1,000 bill?
But would you
I
sign
believe that super PACs should be abolished. But my opponent just in 2 weeks got over $2 million for a super PAC. And she refuses time and time again to acknowledge that. I would ask her to denounce that publicly, the super PAC that just funded you, $700,000 today. Not yesterday, not last week, today. Would you denounce that?
And will you denounce the over $4 million that you are spending to criticize not any policy that I have talked about, but my character and myself as a person and my own identity, where you have multiple surrogates going on press tours in the Dominican Republic saying blatant lies about who I am and what my identity is, and have multiple of your supporters under my social media comments using incredibly degrading language about me, incredibly...
Just as an FYI, Espiat has benefited from more than $4 million in outside spending. Some $1 million has been spent on Avila Xavier. Both traded barbs. Let's take a look here. Has benefited from $845,000 in spending from the Justice Democrats PAC. Benefited from $26,000 from Invisible Action and $500,000 from the pro-Palestinian American Priorities PAC. Now, it is notable that I am the indivisible action. Sorry, not invisible, indivisible action. None of these are corporate super PACs. These are not organizations that take corporate money. They are not arms of corporations. So when she says she's not going to take corporate PAC money, she's not. Her opponent, however, is taking some decidedly corporate money. Yeah. Interesting. I'll link this here so you guys can take a look at it.
Racist and dehumanizing language. Will you denounce that? Will you denounce the $4 million that of super PAC money that is currently being used to degrade me as a person?
Again, she doesn't answer the question. She doesn't know her tweets. She doesn't know what happened to them, although they only happened a couple of years ago. She doesn't know where she's getting over $2 million in just 2 weeks. And she doesn't know legislation, Courtney. She doesn't know legislation. This is a critical time in America. We need a fighter, somebody that really knows government. I got $7.7 billion for the 2nd Avenue subway to connect Harlem to the rest of the world. That's real work, and that's what we need in Congress.
Okay, candidates, we're gonna move on. This is something that is very timely. The White House has announced a memorandum of understanding with Iran that could result in a temporary cessation of hostilities, including in Lebanon, as well as the lifting of the U.S. naval blockade and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. We don't yet have specific language, but based on what we know so far, would you support the deal? And is the world a safer place in the wake of the U.S. attacks on Iran? We'll start with
why do all these men talk the same? This guy talks just like fucking Cuomo. Because they all have the same consultants.
you, Ms. Chevalier.
No, I believe that we need to be engaging in diplomacy. And any act of war that we are engaging in is an act of war that is creating more instability across the globe and for Americans here at home. We need to make sure that we are protecting human lives and that we are centering human lives at the heart of this. Any dollar that we use and that we spend towards this war machine is a dollar that is being stolen from the mouths of our children here at home.
Yes!
Every day that we are in this war with Iran,
This
we are
framing
spending
is
over
great.
$1 billion. In the first 6 days of this war, we could have funded the universal child care program that Mayor Zoran Mamdani ran on last year. We should be investing our tax dollars on our children here at home. We can eradicate childhood poverty. We can expand the child tax credit, fight for universal child care, make sure that we are fighting for parents to have paid parental leave. But we cannot do that so long as our society continues to value the war machine over the lives of our children here. It is time that we invest our tax dollars here and invest in diplomacy to address them.
Okay.
Certainly, I have been an anti-interventionist all my life. I was in the Dominican Republic when we were intervened back in the 60s. So traditionally and philosophically, I have stood against any type of intervention. I think this was an ill-equipped and wrong war, an illegal war that I think that the White House has to come to Congress. I voted for the War Powers Act to protect them twice, not once, but twice. I will continue to ensure that we don't give one penny for that illegal war in Iran. I think that we need to have peace. The way to do that is through, obviously, vigorous diplomacy. We need to make sure that the money that is being spent in the war goes to Medicaid. 480,000 of my constituents are Medicaid recipients. That goes into SNAP. 300,000 households are recipients of SNAP. These are critical programs that must come home. I vote against the NDAA, which is the military budget, consistently because of that reason.
Okay. I've got a question for both of you. Both of your biographies, candidates, include time spent in the Middle East. Take a minute to describe where you went and things that you saw there that you would not have known if you didn't visit in person that would shape your service as a member of Congress. Let's start.
I'm too ignorant upon this topic to understand. I wonder what power do they have with international diplomacy to benefit their state? They have a lot of power because they're vying for a congressional seat. Congress has the ability to ratify and take action diplomatically and otherwise. You know, Congress has the ability to levy war, for example. Like, Congress is the supreme lawmaking body in the United States for all intents and purposes. And so it means they have a lot of power once they get to Congress in, like, shaping how Congress acts.
Start with you, Ms. Chevalier.
Yes, so I was in Nablus for over almost 2 months, and I visited many cities in the region, both in the West Bank and in Israel. And what I found in my time there was a system of apartheid. And I saw so many connections between what was happening to Palestinians there in Palestine and what was happening to so many communities across the U.S., particularly Black and Latino communities, who have been priced out and pushed out of our homes. When we talk about displacement in the West Bank or in Gaza, it is a very similar, visually similar situation where people who have been in a place for generations are being displaced because of corporate interests, because of folks who are coming in, claiming the land and buying it up and kicking the people who live there out. And I've seen a lot of similarities, not just in the way things are done, but also in the very institutions that are enacting that violence. The tear gas that was being dropped on Palestinians in Gaza in 2014 was the same tear gas that was being dropped on Black protesters in Ferguson in 2014.
True.
And that memory, that summer for me, was incredibly formative because it showed me that connection is not only one that is like, but it is the very same system.
Thank you.
Yep, she is 1,000% correct. She is 1,000% correct. The suppression techniques developed in by the Israelis to be used on Palestinians are the same kinds of techniques that then get taught to American cops. And it's unfortunate, but we're living in the world that has effectively created a circular economic system that reinforces brutality, both domestically and internationally.
Yes, I've been to, of course, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Also, I met with the Palestinian authorities in the West Bank. And my visits there have shaped my opinion about the region in general. I am for a two-state solution. I am for providing vigorous humanitarian assistance in Gaza. I believe that the expansion of the settlements is wrong. I believe that Gaza should be developed by Palestinians, for Palestinians. But I also believe in the existence of Israel. And I think the difference between me...
You don't... This always pisses me off, because you don't need to believe in the existence of Israel. Israel exists because it has the guns to maintain its existence, whether you believe it exists or not. Like, it's not a question of belief. It's not like fucking Tinkerbell from Peter Pan, where she needs belief in order to live. You need to clap and say you do believe in fairies. That's not how Israel works. Israel works the same way every other nation state works, which is on the basis of power. The power to, like, perpetuate itself and to, like, keep itself. Which is, of course, often related to military power, though it can be achieved in other ways as well. Economic, diplomatic, etc. That's it. Full stop.
And my opponent is that I believe in a two-state solution. And she doesn't believe in the existence of Israel. In fact, the day after the October 7th attack, she went to celebrate, Earl, to celebrate among radical people. Even Mayor Mandani and Controller Landers did not attend this rally. She went to celebrate the death of innocent people in Israel, right after the attack. Not even a month or two later. The day after, she was spotted, seen there, celebrating the death of innocent people. The difference between me and her is that I believe in a two-state solution. She doesn't believe in the existence of Israel.
So I am just shocked by the dehumanizing language that was just used. I would never celebrate the death of any human being. I am someone who was in the West Bank when tensions were rising after a kidnapping that had happened. And the day after I arrived in the US, Israel began bombing Gaza. And I remember sitting at home, scrolling through the photos of the 1,400 victims of that bombing. The 1,400 Palestinian people who look so much like the people I'd just left behind in Nablus, and feeling so incredibly powerless to do anything to stop their deaths. I was there at that rally on October 8th because I remembered what happened in 2014. And I knew that the reaction would be an outsized reaction that would cause the death of thousands upon thousands of people. And that is what I was there to protest. And that my opponent continues to dehumanize Palestinian life, continues to dehumanize me for caring about human dignity, is something that, frankly, I would not tolerate if not for the fact that this fight for me is a fight for my community. It's a fight to make sure that the people of New York 13 have someone who's going to fight for them. Because that is what the people of New York 13 deserve. Someone who sees them as people worth fighting for, not statistics, not problems to explain away, not someone who comes and explains the policies and then ignores the impact that it has on the people of New York 13.
What a fantastic response. Like, in the face of just utterly disgusting rhetoric, she provides, like, a very human response. And, like, you know, I was covering politics around that time. It was horrible. It was horrible to see exactly what was going to happen before it happened. And then Israel... Like the death toll for the people of Gaza is now up to like 75,000. That's just confirmed. That's not taking into account any of like the additional maimings or deaths that may have been related to the attack, like the attacks of the IDF. Like it is unconscionable that centrist Dems continue to stand on this unfolding atrocity. Yeah, it's the official death toll. We won't know what the official death toll is until people are allowed to begin excavating the rubble, frankly. Okay, we did it. I think we're back. Okay, we're back. Holy shit. I'm gonna get this stream over the finish line, guys! We're gonna do it! We're gonna get it over! If it kills us! We're gonna take that ball, and we're gonna keep on running! We're gonna get into the end zone, we're gonna keep on running! We're gonna go right into the sunset! God. Is this Path of Radiance? No, this is Thracia 776 from the Famicom, the Super Famicom Fire Emblem. Guys, thank you all for staying with us through just the worst tech stream we've had in a very long time. I updated my graphics drivers. I updated this app that I use for streaming. I genuinely have no idea if it crashes again what to do. But I will probably rage quit if it happens again. So thank you all for being here, and also remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and also hit the follow button, do the things, and support the stream if you can, because this is infuriating to push through, but I do it for you guys. All right, here we go. Nothing happened during that strange edit you may have just seen. Let's get back into this debate.
And if found guilty, she should be punished for it. But equally troubling is the fact that my opponent, who now wants to be a voice for the district in Washington, was there at a rally where the mayor, Mayor Mandani, and others took notice and decided not to attend because they knew of the radical
everything is
elements
normal
and extremist elements that were there. And they were there to celebrate the unfortunate and tragic killing of a few thousand.
I don't want us to repeat ourselves, candidates, and I want to move on to our cross-examination round. That's where each of you will get a chance to ask one question of your adversary, and please listen respectfully as they give you the answer. We'll start with you, Mr. Espaillat. You can ask her a question.
Yes, I would like to ask my opponent if you will apologize to Kamala Harris. As you know, when she ran for office, many women, and particularly women of color, were excited about her race. For the first time, we will have an African-American woman in the White House, and you proceeded to irresponsibly tweet disparaging things about her. Will you publicly now apologize to Kamala Harris?
Yes, and to Vice President Kamala Harris, I sincerely apologize because you did not deserve that language from me. And I would have loved to have seen a black woman president. As a black woman, I know how much that would have meant to so many, including myself.
Okay. Ms. Chevalier, your chance to ask a question.
You know, as the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, it means...
I do have to say, I would have said don't apologize. You know? Don't apologize and just be like, we got bigger problems than me being mean to somebody on Twitter. You know, like, I do... My one main critique of this is that she should not be apologizing.
Something to so many immigrant communities.
Like, I think she's doing it well, but I wouldn't have done it, you know?
Communities here to have someone in that seat who will fight for them. And when my friend Mahmoud Khalil was taken from the streets of our district, you refused to meet with his wife, Noor. So I ask now, what would you say to Noor?
Okay, am I wearing a Zatanna cosplay? No, I'm wearing something that looks cool as shit, all right? it just so happens this Zatanna dress is cool. All right? And this shirt and like this necklace, it just makes me look cool.
And the millions of people in her shoes right now who fear that their partner, the love of their life, might be taken by ICE at any moment.
First of all, I want to congratulate you for assisting them. I did meet with Mr. Khalil and his attorneys at my office in Washington.
Almost a year later.
And of course, you know, I am entrusted, Errol and Courtney, by the constituents that I represent to provide services to thousands of people. And my office provides immigration services to people that are on the way to be deported, 700 of them last year, to people that need to reunify with their families. In fact, this past week, we worked to get a humanitarian visa for someone that came from the Dominican Republic for a life-saving operation for a senior citizen right here in New York. My office has provided services for thousands upon thousands of immigrants across the city of New York and in my district. People come from outside of my district to get services, immigration services. I'm very proud of the service that we provide. And I think it's disingenuous to say that I'm voting against him. I am an immigrant. I came here on a visitor's visa, overstayed the visa, and now I'm a member of Congress, and a very proud member of Congress at that.
Okay, thank you, candidates. Let's have a short lightning round. We'll ask you a few questions, and you can answer mostly yes or no or a short answer.
And if you answer wrong, we electrocute you with lightning.
And Ms. Chevalier, have you watched a World Cup match? And if so, which one?
This year? Not yet, but I was on my way. I was watching the Senegal, or score for Senegal and France.
Okay, Mr. Espaillat.
Yes, I watched Morocco win recently, the last game.
Man, this is why I'd be a terrible politician, because I just do not give a shit about sports. And it would genuinely be a hurdle in politics.
You're going to the Knicks parade on Thursday.
I'm hoping to, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Espaillat, what's the last movie you saw in a movie theater?
I believe it was...
Why do we care? Ask better questions. Get Kyle Clark on the case, all right? Kyle Clark would have been asking better questions.
It was an old movie of...
You could lie about watching sports? I could, but, like, why would I?
Apocalypse Now, an old version of it.
Okay. Well, hopefully not in the first run.
Not 20 years ago, but recently.
Ms. Chevalier.
I believe it was The Devil Wears Prada 2.
Hell
is
yeah.
congestion pricing working?
Queen.
Mr. Espaillat.
Absolutely. It's reducing pollution, it's easing traffic in the Midtown. And
God, that would be... Mr. Malachite, that would unironically be a great question. What's the last live stream you watched?
Downtown area, and it's most importantly, is driven funding for the 2nd Avenue subway project.
I believe that it is bringing funding for the project of expanding the MTA. I also am concerned about what we're seeing growing rates of air pollution in areas like Harlem, Inwood, Washington Heights.
What is weird to me about this entire debate so far is that the questions haven't really been about what either of them would do. It's been on, like, it seems to have mostly been about, you know, if I were to summarize from here, like, mean tweets and random, what pop culture do you like? Which is very bizarre when we're talking about a congressional seat.
Result.
Okay. Ms. Chevalier, when's the last time you visited the Dominican Republic?
I believe it was 4 years ago with my family.
Okay.
I go there 3 times a year, Errol.
I can't afford to go every year, but...
Okay, we're going
to... Hey!
Move on from the lightning round and onto our next topic and talking about the New York City Public Housing Authority. This district is home to multiple public housing developments, including Wagner, Johnson, Manhattanville, Marble Hill houses. The Housing Authority has been urging select developments to strike deals with private building managers with the cost of upgrades and operations covered by Section 8 vouchers instead of the traditional funding used for public housing, which is Section 9. Do you support these conversions? And if not, how would you address the Housing Authority's $78 billion capital need? And we'll start with Ms. Avila Chevalier.
Yes, well, first of all, no, I don't support this because I believe that we need to make sure that public housing remains public. NYCHA was promised to be a pathway to the middle class for so many, and what we're seeing right now is that for so many it is a last resort. We need to protect NYCHA, we need to protect Section 9, and make sure that we are fighting for the repairs that it needs by fighting for a Green New Deal for public housing, which would not only allow us to repair NYCHA so that residents can have a dignified place to live, it would also decarbonize it to make it so that housing that has disproportionately impacted children to have higher asthma rates than the other parts of the city can now have cleaner air with the equivalent of taking 400,000 cars off the street.
This is such a huge point to talk about because this is exactly what Ezra Klein and Abundance were advocating. Like, who gives a shit about air quality? Get them the housing. Doesn't matter if you poison them, get them housing. You can just make it cheaper so that it poisons people who live there, which was like the entirety of what Abundance was about. If I were to be incredibly uncharitable, which I am feeling uncharitable towards Ezra Klein and Abundance. But like, this right here, within the span of like 15 seconds, really undoes a lot of that proposition from the centrists in the Democratic Party.
And it would also create dignified union jobs for so many members of the NYCHA community so that they can actually have a pathway to the middle class in the way that NYCHA was supposed to be. We need to protect public housing because we need to make sure that we have dignified housing for all. And public housing is at the heart of that.
Mr. Espaillat, the same question to you.
Yeah, I would oppose that program. Let me tell you, Courtney, what we did when we federalized, and you mentioned the housing complex, Marble Hill. At one point, Marble Hill was not federalized, and we were able to get that housing complex federalized. What we did was we got stimulus money to do the envelopes of the building, to ensure that we do roof work, that we do pointing work, that's brick work, to ensure that we don't have mold and chipping paint and leaky pipes in the apartments. In order to preserve the conditions of the apartment, you have to do the envelope of the building, and that, of course, requires capital dollars. Now, if you don't do that and you fix the mold, believe me, it will come back. And so we did that at Marble Hill. I think that we need to get capital dollars. And again, the money that was given to ICE, $170 billion plus another $70 billion just last week, is enough money to take care of Medicaid, SNAP, and a down payment to begin to fix NYCHA.
We know that the federal government has been divesting from the New York City Housing Authority for many, many decades. And like I said before, the capital need is $78 billion.
That's correct.
I know that you said that you could perhaps take some money from ICE, but is that how you can try to close $78 billion? You're not going to get all of that potentially from the federal government.
Well, first, I think that HUD also has to be rescued because right now it's being dismantled by the...
But like, so much of what he's talking about is just like, oh, well, we're helpless until a new administration comes in. And it's just like, that's not what people want to hear right now. Like, if this is not a viable option, then what can you do right now? Now, what can you do in 4 years? What can you do right now?
Trump administration, we had to increase Section 8 vouchers. I would like to unveil here for the first time also my idea of a major project for housing, deeply affordable housing construction. That should happen at the Inwood rail yards. I think there's enough space there to build thousands of deeply affordable units of housing.
When you say deeply affordable, what does that mean? Also, the mayor already has a plan. I'm sure he would love to work with this man on it, but like, Zohran Mamdani already has a plan in the works to build hundreds of thousands of new units. So like, what do you like? But maybe Zohran's units aren't deeply affordable. I don't know what that means.
A great program. We have the site. All we need to do is now identify the dollars.
And Ms. Avila Chevalier, how would you close the $78 billion gap?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think we need to fight for a Green New Deal for public housing because this is something that we would be able to provide dignified union jobs. There's so
Hell
many
yeah.
policies that we could be also passing to make sure that we're fighting for affordable housing across the board.
Like, I love the framing of the Green New Deal always should have been, we're going to create tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of new jobs. Like, the framing of the Green New Deal should have always been, it is primarily a job creating tool. We are going to bring life back into manufacturing towns across the United States. We are going to bring that life, we are going to build housing, and we are going to use the kind of manufacturing created by a Green New Deal situation in order to supercharge our transition away from limited availability fossil fuels to freely available things like wind and solar, right? And then we're also going to use that
Hard for me to
excess
take
money
someone
to
else like him
build
seriously,
homes.
RN who's talking on Section 8. As someone losing their technical Section 8 later this year cause Congress defunded the NYC, NYS emergency voucher program.
Yep, 100%. Like, it is deeply frustrating to see somebody in such a position of power flounder like this.
Right, and to make sure that we are signing on to the Homes Act to create the social housing policy that we desperately need to fund affordable housing. But again, the $78 billion, we can fight for that tooth and nail by funding and advocating for a Green New Deal for public housing, and that's something that I would work with folks across our party.
Why does she look like a Harry Potter teacher? Because of glasses.
To make sure that we are delivering, because this is something that will impact public housing across the country.
So the
Unless you're talking about me, in which case it's because I unintentionally look like Zatanna from the DC comics.
affordability crisis obviously became the central issue in last year's municipal elections and remains a top concern for families in this district. Please tell us your #1 priority to address your constituents' affordability needs, and we'll start with Mr. Espaillat.
Oh, first, rent, of course, is right at the center of affordability, and we need to have more housing stocks available for our residents. That is why I'm proposing the Inwood Rail Yard project, one that will ensure that we have deeply affordable housing available for people in the district and in the city of New York. In addition to that, the Kingsbridge Armory project, which we were successful in gaining $200 million for, will provide 600 units of affordable housing for Bronx residents. We must increase the housing stock.
But, like, that sounds insane. Like, that just sounds insane to me. $200 million to make 600 units? That math feels wrong. And if it is, in fact, that the math is correct, then we need to do something about the underlying issues that cause that math to be correct.
To ensure that we have available housing that's deeply affordable, but also that it will impact favorably on the levels of rent.
Ms. Chevalier.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are a number of things that we need to do to address the affordability crisis. Chief among them is addressing our housing crisis. We need to make sure that we are investing in public housing. This is the district with the most public housing units in the country. And we need to actually make sure that we are delivering dignified housing for them. We need to also make sure that we are providing good union jobs in the process. We can fight for that Green New Deal for public housing, and we need to make sure that we are protecting tenants' rights to organize, because right now, the only tenants who have that right are public housing residents, and we need to guarantee that right across the board to every tenant, and have that be federally protected. We need to also make sure that we are creating pathways to homeownership, because right now, 88% of our district are renters. I am one of those 88%. And we need to make sure that we are expanding access to that through expanding HDFCs, investing in community land trusts, and signing on to the Homes Act to make sure that we have that social housing so that folks can actually be stabilized and find pathways to that. We need to also address childhood poverty, because we are in a point where 40% of our children are living below the poverty line, and we need to expand the child tax credit.
Yes! Expanding the child tax credit is the easiest layup in the entire goddamn universe politically. And the fact that so many Democrats seem to just be, like, silent on the topic is beyond me.
We need to invest in universal childcare, and we need to make sure that we are fighting for our education system to be fully funded.
So the Mamdani administration
Yes, he did say $200 million for 600 units.
has proposed building one of its city-owned grocery stores in the district at La Marqueta. Some local businesses are concerned this will hurt their bottom line. Do you support the city-owned store, and how do you address the concerns of those local businesses? We'll start with Ms. Chevalier.
Yeah, absolutely. I support the city-owned grocery store, and I also support small businesses. Small businesses are at the heart of what makes our community what it is. It is the small immigrant businesses that take in customers who are in need and say, I can't afford to buy diapers for my children, and the small business owners who say, don't worry about it, come back next week. We need to protect those businesses because they do so much for our community. And we do that by making sure that we are fighting for immigrant businesses to be able to get SBA loans, to make sure that they can actually survive.
What political race is this? This is New York's 13th district. It is, the primary is actually happening today. Polls open in maybe 7-ish hours.
We need to fight to make sure that the cost of their rent isn't going up, making sure that we are engaging in tax reform that won't have them being taxed at the same rate as these major corporations that are pricing them out. We need to fight for our small businesses because they are the heart of what makes New York City businesses what New York City is. And so we really need to think about how is it that we support our communities who are in food deserts while also supporting these small businesses who need who cannot bear the brunt of these rising costs.
Mr. Espaillat?
I fought for small businesses. I've been in these neighborhoods, in East Harlem, in Washington Heights, in Harlem, in the Bronx part of the district, where the real commercial arteries are strengthened by these small businesses that provide most of the jobs for our local residents. And I fought for them. I worked to ensure that we installed smart energy equipment in bodegas, refrigeration equipment in bodegas, air conditioning equipment in bodegas that will lower their utility costs by as much as 50%. That's a real savings. That's a real savings for small businesses. I support the one store, public grocery store per borough, as long as it doesn't unfairly compete with the local businesses in the area.
The entire point of these grocery stores is that they can unfairly compete because they need to be opened in food deserts that have been deemed too unprofitable by the free market to make money. That's why they're opening where they're opening.
We should not crush them. We should be smart about where we place them. It should be in a food desert that doesn't have many supermarkets or bodegas in them, but we should not place them next to a small business and crush them because of unfair practices.
Thank you.
Okay, candidates.
Well, it's unfair practices to make sure that people in poor areas get access to good quality food. Like, God, I hate centrist Democrats so much. The framing of getting food at cost into people's hands as being unfair, it makes me want to die. It makes me want to die inside.
I want to talk about immigration enforcement. Both of you are in favor of abolishing ICE, but there are cases in which migrants to New York have committed violent crimes, including murder, in this district. Under normal circumstances, undocumented defendants charged with crimes go through the system, and if convicted, they get deported before or after serving time. Ms. Chevalier, you recently said on WNYC radio that defendants who commit crimes should not be deported after serving time. Why is that?
Because we have a criminal system. It's an imperfect system. It's an imperfect criminal system that I've been critical of, but we have one. And if we truly believe in a system where we don't have double jeopardy on the basis of where someone was born, then we cannot also have a system of punishment that is unique to people who were born elsewhere. We need to make sure that if we really value equality in this country, that we are treating people equally regardless of where they were born. It cannot both be that a person who has citizenship is tried and convicted in one way, and a person who does not have citizenship is tried, convicted, and then forced to also endure another type of punishment on the basis of where they were born.
Mr. Espaillat, how do you think?
I think that was a great answer. Genuinely. Like, why should someone whose only crime, or maybe not only crime in this particular circumstance, but otherwise, whose only crime is not being documented, if they've been arrested and they've served their time, then certainly they're now documented. They've been deemed enough of under the control and sway of the state to deprive them of their liberty, to try and convict them in an American court of law. Then surely there should not be this additional punishment for being undocumented. The solution is very simple. Document them.
I think government should deal with migrants or undocumented New Yorkers who have committed crimes before or after they have served their sentence.
Well, Errol, the problem is that the vast majority, a good number of the migrants, the immigrants that are being deported are folks that have committed offenses of moral turpitude. That means, for example, jumping the turnstile, a traffic infraction. People are actually getting deported for these offenses, not the violent offenses like murder or rape. And a good number of them is fueling the deportation system. I supported and I have legislation that will reform that will reform.
So just let them come in and break laws to become documented makes sense. Well, no, the other solution would be to document all of the undocumented people. I understand this might be difficult for you to understand, but like being undocumented in this country is an infraction on the same level as you getting a parking ticket. And when you get a parking ticket, you just go online and you pay it. And then you're good. It's documented in court, of course, that you got the parking ticket, but like that's it. In this case, all you got to do is pay a fucking fine and be documented. That's all that is necessary to render someone who has been undocumented documented. Pay a fine for the bureaucratic paperwork, and then boom, you're documented. It does not have to be complicated. It does not have to be difficult. And yet, people will be like, oh, so you mean everyone goes and commits crimes and then they're documented? Like, yeah, I guess if you live in the stupidest possible world. Or you could, do what anyone does when they get a traffic ticket.
The fact that people should not get deported for an infraction or a speeding ticket. If you committed rape or violent crime, then obviously the criminal justice system should take its course.
But say more. I mean, the question on the table is, if it is a serious crime, not jumping the turnstile, but murder, rape, kidnapping, violent assault.
There is a process, a criminal justice process that everyone that has committed a very violent crime should go through. And I believe that the vast majority of people that are actually...
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just as an FYI, here's why you need to know, Representative Adriano Espaillat, the first undocumented immigrant in Congress. The first formerly undocumented immigrant to ever serve in Congress, as well as the first Dominican to ever serve in Congress. Espaillat isn't abandoning his community and has made them his entire platform. Espaillat has led the Democratic Party to introduce the immigration package to the floor. Espaillat came to the United States as a child with his family. The Espaillats continued to live as undocumented until their green card applications were approved a full year later. Espaillat was only 11 years old when this happened. And it just kind of seems to me like maybe the solution here isn't being even more awful to people who have served their time in prison, and instead the solution is let's just document people.
Getting deported are not those individuals.
At the conclusion, I mean, again, it's a hypothetical. At the although it has happened in the district, at the conclusion of say, serving their sentence, should they be deported?
If the law mandates that someone that committed rape or someone that committed multiple murders should be sent back home, I agree with that.
Okay. Did you want?
So yes, I mean, my point is that when we see so many people who have not committed any crime whatsoever being deported, when we see people whose crime is crimes of poverty being deported, that is the direct result.
It does not excuse his anti-Haitian racism from his campaign. I don't know what you're referring to specifically. But no, of course it wouldn't.
Of a system that allows deportation to be used as a form of punishment on the basis of where someone was born. Now, I actually have spent many years studying this issue as part of my doctoral research, and what I've found time and time again is that the net gets bigger and bigger when we start to create these categories of who is considered a criminal and a criminal deportee. And so what I have said time again is we have a system that is we're supposed to use to handle these issues of criminality, and we cannot and then add on top of that another system on the basis of where someone was born.
See, Errol, this is the difference between myself and my opponent. You know, government and Congress is not a PhD program. It is knowing how to resolve problems of people every day, real life problems, like immigration problems.
Yeah. Because when have we ever needed people with PhDs to solve real life problems? Knowing things is bad, and if you know too many things, you won't be able to solve problems. God, why do all the mods just default to insulting people of a difference in views? Speaks wonders. Well, when people come in and disrespect me, you know, they tend to get a little protective. Respect is a two-way street.
It is assisting someone that's about to be deported and preventing them by providing legal services to them from being deported. It is ensuring that a mom is able to reunify with her children, not by waiting 7, 10 years, but relatively quickly. It is to make sure that you get a humanitarian visa for someone that's a donor, a kidney donor, to save somebody's life. These are complex things. This is not a PhD program. This is government, and you need experience. Experience matters. We aren't living the...
Yeah, look, you need experience, but not a PhD. PhDs would mean you know too many things that are inconvenient.
Okay, we know you said that these things don't happen like this. But in our hypothetical world where we can justify abusing these people and dehumanizing them, what is your answer? Thanks, debate mods.
Cardstockcaster, thank you for the $5 dono.
Trump era. And experience really matters.
Understood. Did you want to respond?
Oh, I mean, I just think...
Echo chamber, lol, enjoy it, peace. I'm willing to have debates with people, but respect has to be given in order to be, you know, reciprocated. So if you're too big of a snowflake to endure someone giving you little jibes for your ideological viewpoints, then this is not the community for you.
It's really interesting that a PhD program is somehow considered less rigorous than government. And the fact that I have spent over 7 years studying this issue precisely is somehow seen as less worthy of expertise by my opponent. I have worked directly with folks through my research to understand the impact of these systems on them, on their families, on their community. And I have also worked as an organizer.
Like, is he just gonna be like, research, what are you, gay? And then just like unicycle off the stage? Like, I genuinely at this point, what is he even doing here?
And successfully gotten folks out of ICE detention through my organizing work. And I've done that not while holding power in office, but as a community member because my community needed me.
Okay, let's move forward. I want to talk about the case of Mahmoud Khalil, a student protester targeted for deportation by the Trump administration. Ms. Chevalier, you've mentioned multiple times that Mr. Espaillat did not respond to you and other activists who were fighting on behalf of Mr. Khalil. But just lay out for us, what exactly did you want him to do? And if elected, would you extend the same level of support to people facing possible deportation whose political views you do not share? For example, an Israeli migrant who supports Benjamin Netanyahu.
Absolutely, because as I've stated, deportation is wrong. And I am someone...
Like, the thing, man, the underlying assumption to that question, that someone should have unprincipled ideas of how our criminal justice system should work, is bizarre to me. What if, you know, you want a functional criminal justice system, but what if that functional criminal justice system that treated people fairly and more ethically, what if it benefited someone you don't like and disagree with? Like, who gives a shit? We want better, more ethical systems. That's the entire point. It's the same when people are like, oh, you want Medicare for all, but what if a white supremacist in the deep South got free healthcare? It's like, I want healthcare for everyone because ultimately I think that it results in better outcomes for everybody. You know, I think ultimately a program that's universal like that de-radicalizes people who would otherwise be radicalized by deprivation and poverty into like deeply anti-human positions. But like this argument that like, no, you can't want universal programs. What if bad people you don't like benefit? No, it's just like, I don't know, fucking grow up. Like, grow up. If your goal and your desire to live in a better world is so flimsy that it crumbles upon the idea that potentially bad people might not live with basic things like healthcare, it like causes that to crumble. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, your opinion is invalid and, well, maybe not invalid, but like, I can easily discard it and never pay any more attention to it ever again.
Who will fight tooth and nail for every person in our district. And the fact that the congressman failed to act, and the only thing he could say was that he trusted Trump's DOJ to act in accordance with the law when they were actively violating the law by taking Mahmoud to begin with, is deeply troubling. There were other members of Congress who stepped in and advocated on Mahmoud's behalf. I was working with my community to advocate for him and get him out of jail. He could have, at the very least, met with Noor, met with our friends, met with the folks who were trying to get him out of ICE detention, knowing that Trump had already said that he would be used as the blueprint for how immigration enforcement would be conducted going forward. And for somebody to ignore a case like Mahmoud's in his district as the chair of the CHC and not see the impact that that would have on millions of immigrants across the country is, to me, astounding, considering the impact that it has on the community.
Oh my God, she said it. She said it, everyone. You all heard her on stage.
Across the country is, to me, astounding, that that would have on millions of immigrants across the country is, to me, astounding, considering as the chair of the CHC and not see the impact.
Oh my God, she called him a Nazi. Oh my God. The moment that that launched 1,000 political attack ads. I can't believe he did not see. Oh!
that would have on millions of immigrants across the country is, to me, astounding, considering the impact that it has on the community, the Latino community, the immigrant community, everyone in New York 13.
Let's let him respond.
Errol, I have worked all my life for immigration. That has been my passion. That has been my drive to work for immigrants across my district and across the country. I ensure that a woman met her child at the Cayuga Center right in East Harlem, and she came all the way from Arizona, being driven by a caravan of people that volunteer to drive her state through state because she refused to take a Greyhound bus because she felt she was going to be arrested. And we unified that family. I went to 26 Federal Plaza to support a 32 BJ worker, went inside the building to the 8th floor, nearly got arrested, surrounded by ICE agents. I went to Delaney Hall recently after we won a case in court that ensured that members of Congress, and I was a plaintiff in that case, would have access to any and all detention centers. I went to Irwin, Georgia, where women denounced that they were subjected to sterilization, and we shut down a privately run detention center in Irwin, Georgia. The fact that my opponent hasn't been here to see that work is not my fault. Well, she hasn't been in the district.
Let me just to follow up, Mr. Espaillat. Are you satisfied with how your office handled that particular case of Mr. Khalil?
Absolutely. We met with him and his attorney. I'm happy that my opponent helped out and other people helped out. It takes everybody to address immigration, but 700 cases this past year, immigration cases, serious cases, deportation cases. There's nothing more serious, Errol, than a mom that wants to reunite with her child, and she left her child when the child was 7 years old, and now it's 10 years. That child now is an adolescent, a different person, because the system has failed her. And we work every day to accelerate family reunification, to ensure that people are not deported, that people's rights are protected. And I'm very proud of that.
Okay.
Because I'm an immigrant, and I am one that was formerly undocumented myself.
Okay, we'll wrap up that topic there. Thank you, candidates.
Okay, we're going to move on to a different topic, which is while crime has been dropping in general across the city, felony assaults are still up in the police precincts in Manhattan North in particular. We've seen over the years that the representative of Harlem has a unique prominence and credibility in national conversations about public safety and justice. If elected, what strategies would you champion in order to help keep your constituents safe? We'll start with Michelle Valliere.
Yes, well, thank you so much for the question, because I am someone who has been studying this very issue, both from a...
Studying? What do you have? A PhD? Honk honk!
Policy perspective through my sociology research, but also someone who has been organizing to make sure that our communities get the things that they need to actually build real meaningful safety in our communities. And so I think for so often...
Don't tell me the point of this debate is the white man is evil? Dog, this is the primary debate in New York's 13th congressional district. What are you talking about? Man, conservatives are like the softest babies on the fucking planet. Sees a debate with like people of color. Clearly this must be about how white people are the devil. Like, good God, develop some thicker skin.
For so long, we have divested from the very systems that actually have been proven sociologically to correlate with increased levels of safety. Things like social safety nets, things like secure housing, things like making sure that we are addressing the opioid crisis. And so making sure we are funding those programs to make sure that our communities have the things they need to thrive, making sure that we are providing our kids a dignified place to spend their time after school. All of these things are correlated with driving the the rates of crime down and ensuring that we are increasing safety overall. And that is a commitment that I will continue to bring to Congress and to work with all levels of government to make sure that we are making our communities safer.
Mr. S.
Man, she's killed it at every available opportunity throughout this debate.
I have the same question.
I work well with the police commissioner. I don't think my opponent will work well with her because she has stated that she wants to eliminate the police. This is in one of her irresponsible tweets in her social media. Oh my
God.
I will work with the police commissioner to make sure that the police department is respectful to the community, but that they...
Not her tweets. Guys, her tweets were too mean. Like, I don't know, dog. If like, your position is so weak that, like, tweets are your undoing. Like, that's the big thing you have on her. Like, this is nuts.
Do their job.
I think we found our Glass Joe.
Been bringing public safety to each and one of their neighborhoods. Now, the opioid crisis is a very important one because Harlem has been redlined with over 13 methadone programs right on 126th Street between Lexington and 3rd. And I know that very well because I lived there, right in the middle of that epicenter, where also 800 people are brought in every day from Wars Island. And I'm working with Governor Hochul to ensure that that redlining stops. Harlem cannot shoulder the entire crisis of opioids in its streets. It must be spread out equitably. 75% of the people that come for services there, and we're happy that they're getting services, are from other neighborhoods and other boroughs.
Okay,
we must work together to ensure that we decentralize that opioid crisis right there in Harlem.
Ms. Chevalier, very quickly, can you respond to what Mr. Espaillat said regarding your past social media posts wanting to abolish the police?
You know, I really think that when in a time where we are spending more money than we have ever spent on policing, in a time where policing is more militarized than it has ever been, the fact that we are still asking the question, do we feel safe, is very telling. And as someone who studies this question of safety, in my research, this question of criminality, I am someone who has looked for answers that actually bring real safety to our communities, and that is funding the programs that are actually correlated with an increased sense of safety and actual safety in our communities. And that is work that I am proud that I will continue to advocate for. I know that we will not get rid of police overnight. That was never the goal. But the goal is to make sure that we get to a place as a society where we do feel safe. Because at the end of the day, I want everyone in our community to feel that they never have to pick up the phone to call the police, because that is how safe they feel.
Thank you.
What a fucking fire of an answer. Like, honestly, her level of composure throughout this debate is genuinely saint-like. It's crazy. Like, that was actually great.
We're going to move on to our lightning round. I'll start it off with, would you support Representative Jeffries as Speaker if Dems take back the House? Ms. Chevalier.
Well, I'm focused on my primary right now, but I'm open to speaking to my community about that.
Mr. Esper.
She won't support Jeffries. She spoke badly about Kamala Harris. I think my district will be very proud to have a New Yorker be the Speaker of the House of Representatives. That is historical. It will bring resources to our district.
Mr. Espaillat, would you support Senator Schumer if he should run for re-election in 2028?
That is his choice to run for re-election.
Oh, God. You fucking coward.
Best mofongo in the district, Mr. Espaillat.
Casa del Mofongo, of course.
Like, man, you cannot call yourself part of the progressive wing if you can't even say fuck Chuck Schumer.
Tie between Mambi and Floridita, and they're right across the street, so I keep going back to both.
Okay. Ms. Chevalier, what's the best park in the district?
Marcus Garvey.
Inwood Hill Park.
Do you prefer the West Side Highway or the Harlem River Drive, Mr. Espaillat?
The Harlem River Drive. I like the Harlem River.
I don't really drive. I mostly take the train.
Ms. Chevalier, have you purchased anything in a cannabis dispensary in the district?
Oh,
I
hell
have
yeah.
not, actually.
Mr. Espaillat.
No, but I'm willing to try the gummy bears.
Best
Fake residents of the district. Fakers. I kid.
president of your lifetime, Mr. Chevalier?
Barack Obama.
John Fitzgerald Kennedy. As a kid, I looked up to him.
That will be the last response. Thank you very much, candidates. That's going to do it for tonight's debate. I'd like to thank the candidates for participating and all of you at home. If you missed any part of this debate, you can watch it in its entirety at ny1.com. And
Incredible stuff. Thank you so much to Spectrum News. That was maybe one of the best debate performances I have ever seen in my life. That was really fucking good. She did incredibly. That was some real jujitsu. Not jujitsu, but like you know what I mean. It was really good. Folks, today you can go vote for her today in New York's 13th in the primary. It's happening today. As I record this, polls are going to open in like 5 or 6 hours. Like, you can go vote for her today. Get it done, New York. She ate so that you guys could feast. Vote for Chevalier in New York's 13th. Let's do it, folks. Now, it is super important that you guys get involved with your local political scene right now, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, you can join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, to joining your local Dems. And also you can reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. Between the two of them, they have years and years of experience working within those respective organizations. They can help you get started, and they can give you tips on how to better organize within the parties. Get involved. We are helping you. We got the tools. You just have to reach out to us, okay? And also, folks, consider hitting the like button, the subscribe button, and also leaving a comment about something you liked in this debate, because all of those things help the channel grow, all right? And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description, and let's keep on going. Are you so stupid not to see the footage of the before and after when seeing people protesting for the algae wearing green shirts with green hair, mad that it wasn't that it was being cleaned? Wait, do you really think that people who showed up at the reflecting pool who dyed their hair green and like made little silly shirts about the algae, you think that they were mad about it being cleaned? Nah, dog. They think it's funny. People see that and they think it's funny because Donald Trump has spent months talking about the goddamn reflecting pool and obsessing over it. And then the second it's finished, it gets filled with the same fucking algae that he was trying to get rid of. It's funny. Then they had to pour a bunch of a bunch of chemicals in it, and it still didn't work. So then they needed to pump it all out, and it's just regrowing again. And now all the blue lining's coming up because he got some shitty contractor to do it, and it's immediately falling apart. And it's just emblematic of the way his entire administration falls apart. And no one is out there being like, ha ha ha, we're gonna make it even worse. We don't need to, is the thing. People on the left We don't need to ruin Donald Trump's plans. He just has shitty plans that fail constantly. One of the reasons you don't paint the bottom of a reflecting pool that you're trying to avoid algae growth on a dark color is because it absorbs more sunlight and gets hotter. So more algae blooms. Like, god damn. You Democrats have a mental disorder? I'm not the one coming into your house to, like, harp about a reflecting pool. You came into my house. Like, you sought this out. I don't know what to tell you. He's a cartoon villain? He's fucking, like, a villain from Captain Planet, unironically. She don't even answer questions. You didn't ask a question. Like, Jesus, you guys wouldn't know a question if it slapped you in the face. Genuinely unhinged. Actually, I'll go, you know, I take that back. Maybe not genuinely unhinged, but genuinely illiterate. I bet you wish you were black. Look, you haven't given me enough money to do therapy on you, but, like, go to therapy, alright? You're a fucking gold mine for a psychiatrist. Like, what, I don't know what that was, but I ain't touching it. Vertical chat be vertical in. No way they said that. They did say it. Chat getting strange. It's that time of night when vertical chat turns into a werewolf, but not in a cool way. I do want to say I appreciate all y'all being here. We are, however, going to end stream. It has been so bumpy, but thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you all for making this stream possible. I really appreciate each and every one of you. And I'm gonna go to bed now. And hope that when I restart my computer immediately following the closure of this stream, that I am able to set everything to right on my computer for next stream, so that we do not have more crashes like we did today, because that sucked ass. What's with the wishing you were black stuff? I'm guessing whoever said that is a racist. Jack, if you would like, I could give you the inside scoop on a lot of crazy stuff that went on at the Washington Dem Convention sometime. Absolutely, I would love that. Write it up for me in my Discord DMs. Does anybody chat now on Discord or whatever? Probably. I know people chat on the Discord, but I also know that people chat over on riverboat.gg. When I go offline, this chat stays online. So, how many immigrants are in China versus the USA? I genuinely could give less of a shit. All right. I'm going to go sleep now. Good night, everybody. And I'm definitely going to wear this top more often because it's cute as hell. And as a special treat for all of you that stayed, this is what it looks like without the suit jacket on. Whew. I think it looks good. Anyway, good night, everybody. Oh, Twitchy Tism. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
A parting gift for a rough stream.
I appreciate it. What excellent timing. All right. Bye, everybody.
rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. Quite the wire, 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 quite the wire. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this,